Good afternoon.
Okay, when we left off, I think we were talking about PX Plaintiff's Exhibit 150, if we could put that back up. Oh, I'm sorry, I think we, oh no, we have sharing, okay. Okay, and Mr. Lenz, do you recall, if we can go to the next page of this email? We were talking about the fact that you looked at this email this morning with your counsel, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and if we can go to the first page of the chain, you see that the chain continues, and at the top, Mr. Lassman on January 1st, 2021, writes to Mark Burney at Epic, and the subject is January WTL nomination, Glencore. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, and you see that Mr. Lassman says in the second paragraph to Mr. Burney, Glencore ARM have been stewing on this for several months. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, and so that was as of January 1st, 2021. He said they had been stewing on it for several months, right?
that's what he says.
Okay, and so Glencore and ARM had in fact been discussing with Mr. Lassman the fact that they were not getting WTL service. Isn't that true?
I think you showed an email in that regard earlier.
Okay, but and that's what's reflected here too, right? That they had been upset about this for several months, correct?
According to Mike Lassman, yes, that is true.
Okay, well, do you have any reason to believe that Mr. Lassman was lying to Mr. Burney that Glencore and ARM had been upset about this for several months?
He had an opinion and he was expressing it. I wasn't on this email, so I don't know what he was referring to.
Okay, and he said, I tried to assuage them after their first complaint and hope they go away. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and I take it that you have no reason to believe that Mr. Lassman didn't try to assuage Glencore and ARM on their complaints about not being able to ship WTL, right?
I don't know what he was doing.
Okay. So I thought Mr. Lassman reported to you, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but you had no idea what he was doing?
Well, he didn't inform me of these emails.
Okay, but was he reporting to you regarding the relationship between ARM or Medallion and ARM and Glencore?
He was giving me updates of any conversation. He was supposed to be giving me updates of any conversation he had, but some of those I'm not aware of.
Okay, some of these emails you're not aware of.
That's correct.
Okay. And we can put that down. After ARM and Glencore sent their October 5th, 2022 letter, we just saw one example, but they continued to ask about when WTL would be available. Isn't that true, sir?
I'd have to see emails.
Let's put up PX 142, please. Or actually, I apologize to the court. Can I actually put up PX 150? I'd like to move that into evidence.
All right, PX 150, is that what you're looking for?
Yep. We'd like to move that into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, PX 150 is admitted. I should have checked. Do I have a court reporter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who do we have here today?
Brenda Varela.
Okay. All right, 150 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we can take that down if we could put up.
150 was already admitted, I think. That's the January 1st, 2021 email from Mike Lassman and Mark Burney.
And I apologize, for some reason I had it noted, so I apologize for the confusion.
All right, if it wasn't admitted, it's admitted now.
And if we could, we have PX 142 up. And do you see that this is a email at the top from Veronica Lewin at Epic to Matthew Hubert? And do you know that Mr. Hubert was from ARM?
I didn't know Mr. Hubert.
Okay. Are you aware he's from ARM?
On your word, yes.
Okay, well, we can, if not, we can look down in the email chain. You see it
Yes.
says from energy.com.
I do see that now. Thank you.
Okay, sure. And do you see that the subject is WTL? And Ms. Lewand, on behalf of Epic, says we are not accepting anything for January and still evaluating timeline. Do you see that,
I
sir?
do see that.
Okay, and if we go down to the email below that, that was in response to Mr. Hubert checking on whether or not Epic was accepting WTL noms at Orla or anywhere into the line. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, we can put that down. And if we could put up PX 159, please. And let's see, can we take a look at the next page of the email, please? And you see that this is an email in January, again, from Glencore to the scheduling at Epic, asking if they could move WTL in February. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if we go up, Epic responds. And if you go down, as for WTL, we cannot at this time support that service. We do not have shippers providing sufficient line fill to support batching WTL. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So we could take that down. And so you understand that from a period of several months prior to January 2021 and after January 2021, in fact, ARM and Glencore were asking about shipping WTL and were being told that there was no WTL service at the time, right?
Based on what you just showed me, it's up till January 2021, yes.
Okay, and so when you asked ARM and Glencore to provide nominations to support their claim that they couldn't ship WTL, you understand, sir, that they wouldn't make a nomination for a service that they've been told they couldn't get, right?
I didn't have any information. They would have been helpful to at least get these emails in some cases.
But Mr. Lastman knew. He knew they had been asking for months, and he continued to know because he promised he was working on trying to get the problem resolved for them, wasn't he?
Look, it's a contract. We need detailed information, and we were asking for detailed information.
Okay, that's a little different than my question. Mr. Lastman knew, right, from Medallion, that ARM and Glencore were trying to ship WTL and that they were being told they couldn't. He knew that, right, sir?
Are you suggesting he had all the details?
I'm just suggesting he knew they wanted to ship WTL, didn't he, sir?
Yes.
And that they weren't being permitted. The service was, Epic was telling them they couldn't do so, right?
He was seeing what was in the email from Epic, yes.
Okay. And I want to shift gears a little bit. We talked a little bit about, well, we saw Mr. Lastman's email after the October 5th letter. Do you recall the email we looked at where he said that they are in performance default? Do you recall that email?
I do.
Okay. And you understand that in November 2020, Medallion represented to Glencore that it was going down to meet with Epic and it wasn't going to leave until it got everything hashed out.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
Sure. I said, you understand that Medallion in November 2020 represented to Glencore that it was going to meet with Epic and not leave until it gets everything hashed out, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that email where Mike Lastman said that to them.
Okay, and Mr. Lastman, in fact, said that he was going to fly down with you to meet Epic and get everything hashed out, right?
I think that that's what Mike hoped to do, yes.
Okay, including what he referred to as Epic's performance default, right?
I think you'd have to pull the email back up for me to confirm that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, let's take a quick look at PX 128. And if you look, there is a email from Mr. Freshwater right in the middle of the page. And he says, I wonder, did you get anything back? It's to Mr. Lastman. I wonder, did you get anything back from Epic at all? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and if we go up, Mr. Lastman said he had a call with them and that their attorney was about to send a response to our letter. And then he says, heard that before. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And he says, I am flying down there Tuesday with Randy Lentz, our CEO, to discuss several issues, including yours, with Phil, Brian Freed, and Bernie. We aren't leaving until we get everything hashed out. Do you see that?
I do.
And then he says at the end, if I get a letter prior to, I'll call. If not, expect some resolution mid next week. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And sir, those people are from Epic, right? Phil, Brian Freed, and Mr. Bernie?
Yes.
Okay. And so he's assuring Mr. Freshwater, isn't he, that you are going to go down with him and get this squared away, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And it's true that the issues raised by ARM and Glencore were not actually hashed out with Epic, right?
That's true.
Okay. And in fact, you don't believe that meeting ever occurred?
It did not, at least not with me.
Okay. And you you recall having some conversation with Epic about the issues raised by ARM and Glencore, but isn't it true you can't recall whether that was before or after this lawsuit was commenced?
That's correct.
Okay. And around this time in October and November 2020, and I think you touched on this with your counsel, Medallion was having its own dispute with Epic, separate and apart from any of the ARM and Glencore issues, correct?
We were trying to solve some problems. Yes.
Well, when you say solve some problems, you had a dispute, right?
I don't know what your definition of dispute versus mine. In business, there's typically misunderstandings here and there you're trying to work through. Yes.
Well, in fact, sir, there were letters sent that, in fact, said it was a dispute that triggered dispute resolution provisions between Epic and Medallion on issues separate and apart from ARM and Glencore. Is that correct?
I didn't know what you're referring to. We have ongoing operations with Epic, a lot of different things with them, so I wasn't sure what you're referring to.
Okay, but there were disputes between Epic and Medallion, correct?
There were yes, there were things we were trying to deal with Epic.
And you ultimately entered into some agreements that resolved those disputes, correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And in the agreement, did you release claims against Epic?
I don't know. We'd have to look at them.
Okay. Do you know one way or the other whether Medallion has released claims against Epic related to the reciprocal capacity lease agreement and the terminal services agreement between Epic and Medallion?
I don't recall.
You don't know one way or the other whether Medallion has released those claims. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is I don't recall.
Okay. And sir, I want to shift gears for a moment. You testified yesterday about the Moda dock. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and you testified yesterday that there were free pump over fees to go over from the Epic dock to the Moda dock, so ARM could have used that dock. Do you remember that? Was that generally characterized your testimony correctly?
It does.
Okay. And sir, I take it you don't know whether there was dock space available at that time at Moda for ARM to use, correct?
No, I do not.
And Medallion required prepayments and deposits under its agreement with ARM. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it you don't know whether Moda would have charged a deposit and required prepayments for ARM to use. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what you were suggesting is that ARM continued to pay Medallion for its dock and then go to Moda where, if there was space, ARM could have then paid some more to use that dock. Am I right?
Based on the Glencore nominations, they went many different places, Moda dock, to the refineries, they put some of those barrels onto a ship. They took advantage of all of that optionality.
Sir, that wasn't my question. I moved to strike that.
Sustained.
My question was, what you were suggesting is that ARM continue to pay for the Medallion dock, but then use the Moda dock and pay whatever it had to pay for the Moda dock, right?
No, I did not suggest that because I didn't know if they were or were not paying anything for the Moda space.
Okay, but you think that Moda gives dock space away for free? You don't think that, right? sir?
I don't know what Moda's business is or what other things might be going on that they have going on together that would they would be getting in return. You're making me speculate.
Well, sir, you don't, you said you don't know what Moda's business is. I take it you know that Moda's not a pro bono agency, right?
I don't think they are.
They're not a charity, okay? Correct?
I do not believe them to be a charity.
Okay, thank you. I think you also testified a little bit about the Moda dock that you thought they might have had some space at Moda, ARM or Salt Creek. I take it you don't know one way or the other whether ARM Energy had space at the Moda dock. Is that correct?
No, I was referring to the ARM management telling me that Salt Creek had space at Moda.
And that Salt Creek had space at Moda?
That's correct.
Okay. But you don't know one way or the other whether ARM had any space at Moda, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Or Glencore.
Okay. And sir, if we could, well, let me take a step back for a second. Sir, I want to shift gears again. Do you remember we talked earlier about the Mr. Lastman's email to the board that the Suez dock was a good get? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And in fact, Medallion also recognized how important it was for WTL to be part of this deal for ARM, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And if we could put up PX 35. Okay, and just give me one moment. You see, this is an email from Mike Lastman to Ben Daniel on April 26, 2019 at the top.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And the subject is ARM, TSA, and precedent agreement. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could go actually down to the lower email in the chain. Do you see that Mr. Lastman writes to Mr. Daniel and says, I was panicking over it because that was a big point. I knew ARM wouldn't pay us the $1.50 unless they got a WTI and WTI light stream. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so Medallion knew that ARM was paying that $1.50 and they would not have paid that without having that WTL light stream. I'm sorry, WTL stream, correct?
I don't know whether they ultimately would have or not.
Okay. But that was Medallion's belief at the time. Isn't that correct, sir?
This is Mike Lastman's belief at the time.
Okay. Or do you know whether whether Mr. Daniel or anyone else disagreed with Mr. Lastman's view at that time?
We would have had to ask ARM if what they would pay us if it was not WTI. I don't know what that would have been.
I understand, but
WTL, excuse me.
Did you or anyone else at Medallion express any disagreement with the view that the WTL stream was material to ARM in entering into this deal and paying $1.50?
No.
Sorry, give me one moment. Okay. Mr. Lenz, I wanted to follow up on one thing you said this morning. I want to make sure I understand what your testimony was. Am I correct that you testified that gathering systems can't support more than one grade of crude?
No.
Okay, then can you clarify what you said this, what it is that you were saying this morning? Because I thought that's what I heard.
No, I was saying in my experience is not typical. I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback. I was saying in my experience, gathering systems don't do that. They typically operate for either WTI or WTL separately because of the batching, unless they're blending, you could blend. But to keep it separate, you would have to have tanks at all of your origin points. And an example for, take Medallion as an example, there's 450 customer batteries. You would have to shut the TL or TI off at all of those batteries and let TL come through. And then it's a logistical nightmare and a big capital expense. So it's not typical, is what I was saying.
Okay. Let's take a look at DX 178. And sorry, while we put that up, just to clarify, you said it's not typical in your experience?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And is that based on tariffs on the Medallion system?
It's based on my understanding of the operations of Oryx pipeline. They had WTL and WTI, and I've had a number of different conversations with Oryx management where they explained to me the difficulties of that, and had elected to start building a specific system for their WTL versus their WTI. That's what that's based on.
Okay. And so it's based on your discussions with management of one pipeline, Oryx?
And just a general knowledge of the what it would take and the logistics and capital to do that.
Okay. But you're not, I take it you're not giving a view of how all gathering systems would operate, or a view that all gathering system tariffs wouldn't ship more than one type of crude.
That's
correct?
That's correct.
And sorry, give me one moment. We're taking a look at DX, I think this is DX 178. See that, sir?
I do. Effective February 8th, 2022.
Yep. And this is a Delaware Crossing operating LLC tariff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go actually to page 5. Sorry, it should be page 5 of the document. Thank you. And if we look at item 3, you see that has quality specifications. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And you see that they have an API gravity range of 36 to 50. Do you see that?
Yes.
That encompasses both WTI and WTL, correct?
Apparently as a blended stream, yes.
Okay, well, does it say that it's a blended stream, or it just encompasses the entire range of the gravity of WTI and WTL?
Yeah, it does not say it will be segmented.
I'm sorry?
It does not say that it will be segmented, so you are correct.
Okay. And again, this is a gathering system with an interconnect into the Epic pipeline, correct?
That is correct. Right.
Okay. And do you see an A on the second line? The first and second line, the quality specifications for crude oil set forth below shall apply to shipper's tender unless otherwise set forth in a COGA. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember I asked you earlier what a COGA is?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you said you weren't sure if you were familiar with it. Does this refresh your recollection?
No.
Okay. But it says that here in this tariff, that the quality specifications apply unless set forth in a COGA. So do you understand that parties can enter into a separate agreement where they go off spec outside of the quality specifications that are set forth in the tariff?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. We can take that down. Okay, and if we could let me just take a look and see if I have anything, and I may pass the witness. Apologies. And my apologies, I did forget to do two things, and then I will pass the witness. If we could put up PX 35. I'm not sure that I offered this into evidence. If I didn't, I'd like to offer it into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
PX 35 is admitted.
And I'd like to pull up PX 150. And I, again, apologize, my memory today.
It is. PX
Okay.
150 has been admitted.
Oh, yeah. And then last piece of business, and then I'll pass the witnesses. If we could put up PX 52, please. And do you recall that we spoke about this email earlier, Mr. Lentz, at the beginning of our time together today?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to offer this email into evidence.
No objection.
PX 52 is admitted. All right, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you may be excused. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, Medallion calls Brian Witt.
Wick or Wit?
Witt, W-I-T-T, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't see him here. Is he here?
He should be joining. If he's not, we're all in different locations right now to try and minimize the feedback.
Mr. Witt, are you here?
Your Honor, since we apparently have a little bit of a delay with Mr. Witt, would it be okay if I now offered Mr. Freshwater's deposition with some deletions as discussed yesterday?
Oh, he's here.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Can you grab Rhonda for me? I need to take a quick break. I need to check on a hearing. Okay, do we have our next witness ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Witt,
Yes, sir.
let's see, there we go. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Witt. Please tell Judge Hoffman your full name.
Brian James Witt.
Where are you from?
I'm from Dallas.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Dallas.
Mr. Witt, who do you work for?
Work for Medallion Midstream.
And what is your position at Medallion Midstream?
Currently, I'm the VP of Marketing
How long have you been in the oil and gas business?
for about 15 years.
Mr. Witt, where did you go to school?
I went to the University of Texas for undergrad, and then I went to SMU and got my MBA there as well.
What is your work history after college?
Yeah, I worked for a midstream company in Dallas called IACX Energy that was a gas gathering and processing company, and did a number of different functions for that business from gas supply to marketing. And I was there for about 9 years prior to joining Medallion.
What are your responsibilities as the VP of Marketing at Medallion?
Yeah, I manage all of our marketing and trading activities. First purchase business, which is buying and selling crude oil. We do a little bit of that. Our merchant storage business, just any marketing activities that we transact on the pipeline.
And so how long have you been with Medallion now?
About 4.5 years.
And has your position at Medallion changed since you first started at the company?
It has.
How has it changed?
Yeah, for the first year and a half or so that I was at Medallion, I was in our commercial group, which mainly deals with oil and gas producers and trying to negotiate transactions to gather the crude oil onto our pipeline via acreage dedications, and it's more of a gathering business. I did that for the first year and a half.
When were you promoted to the VP of Marketing?
That would have been November of 22, just a couple months ago.
Are you familiar with the transportation and terminal services agreements at issue in this case?
Yeah, generally, yes.
Were you involved in negotiating either of those agreements between ARM and Medallion?
No, I was not. At the time those agreements were negotiated, I was in the commercial services role, mainly dealing with producers.
Are you aware that in late March of 2021, ARM filed this lawsuit against Medallion?
Yes.
And are you aware that shortly after ARM sued Medallion, the two agreements terminated?
Yes.
What happened with the Epic capacity immediately after the agreements terminated?
Yeah, we were trying to replicate the agreements we had with ARM. And so we went out and ultimately ran an open season to try to fill the pipeline space, but we sold the space on a month-to-month basis initially.
Now, when the agreements terminated in early April 2021, was that a time during the month when you were easily able to go out and find a new counterparty to use the space?
No, because we were in the physical month of April, and so all of the April trading would have already closed, and everyone had already set up their transactions for the April flow month, and so we kind of scrambled around and were able to find a couple of parties to take the space.
Now, you mentioned an open season a minute ago. What is an open season?
Yeah, it's a FERC-related process where you announce to the public that you're looking to sell pipeline capacity and publicize that notice to any potential shippers publicly, and then receive the interest back from various counterparties that might be interested.
And did Medallion have an open season for
We
the
did.
Epic capacity? Were you involved in the open season after the agreements terminated?
Yes, I was.
What was your involvement?
Yeah, I made sure that the different trade counterparties that we had worked with previously were aware that we had the space available now, and so I sent the press release to a number of different counterparties, just to make sure that everyone or that several folks were aware.
Let's look at DX 344. Mr. Witt, do you recognize this document?
Yes,
What is this document?
this is the notice for the open season that we ran in May of 2021.
What does this document show?
Yeah, this just shows that we were trying to find counterparties to take the pipeline space after the agreements had been terminated, and replicate the agreements we had in place previously.
And when did the open season begin?
May 24th,
And how long did that run for?
about a month. It ran through June 25th.
Did Medallion publicize this announcement?
We did, yeah. We sent it out on the AP wire, and then individually reached out to a number of different counterparties, forwarding this to them to make sure they saw it.
And thank you. We can take this exhibit off the screen right for now. Do you recall which shippers Medallion sent the announcement to?
Yeah, we sent it to Trafigura, Macquarie, Motiva, BP, Occidental, Mercuria, Gunvor, just a handful. I'm sure I'm missing some. There was others as well.
Okay. And Your Honor, Medallion will move to admit DX 344 into evidence.
DX 344, any objection to DX 344?
No objection.
DX 344 is admitted.
Mr. Witt, did Medallion receive any interest in response to the open season announcement?
We did receive some interest, yes.
Let's look at DX 54. Mr. Witt, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
This is a summary of the bids that we received when running that open season.
And who prepared this document?
I believe this was prepared by Andrew Simmons.
Did you have any role in helping to create this document?
I did. I helped provide the information that I received on these individual bids.
And what does this document show?
Yeah, I mean, on the left side, it says producer, but it's really the marketer or the potential counterparty.
Wait, just 1 second. I need to take care of something here. There's a hearing that just showed up, so I'll take care of this real quick. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
We had a hearing, we had to take a vote, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Mr. Witt, we were looking at DX 54. And what is this document again?
This is the summary of the interest that we received when running the open season from the various counterparties that put in bids.
And so this column on the left that says producer, is this a list of the counterparties that responded?
Correct. Yeah, this is a list of the counterparties that responded to the open season on the left side.
And the column under term, what does that show?
Yeah, and then as you move across the document, the term is just the tenor or the length of the term that they included in their bid, the volume as you move across to your right, and then ultimately on the far right, you can see the proposed rate for each of those individual bids.
And what was the range of the bids that Medallion received?
Yeah, it was about 28 to 40 cents, it looks like.
And why did Medallion create this document?
Just to help us evaluate the individual bids that came through with the open season, put them all in one place, take a look at them, see if any of them were worthwhile to try to proceed forward with.
And of all the bids that Medallion received in response to the May 2021 open season, were there any that conformed to the terms under which Medallion was offering the space?
No.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit DX 54.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
DX 54 is admitted. So I have a quick question, because I'm not sure I understand this. So this proposed rate is 40 cents, so between 28 and 40 cents. Is that compared to the $1.50, or what is that compared to?
Yeah, this is for the pipeline capacity, Your Honor. We included the dock space as a component of this with the individual counterparties. So the idea is ultimately to compare these rates to the $1.50.
Okay.
And thank you. Thank you. We can take this down from the screen now. Now, as of June 2021, when the open season had finished, had Medallion entered to any new term contracts for the space as a result of that open season?
We did not.
And why not?
Well, we just felt like that wasn't the best way to maximize the value of the space. Pipeline capacity at that time was at a relatively low point. And so to put any kind of term on that, we didn't think it made sense. We thought there was upside to, at that point in time, there was upside to not locking in those lower rates for a term.
So what did Medallion do instead of entering into a new term contract?
We just sold the space on month-to-month transactions with various counterparties.
And why did you sell the space month to month?
Well, we just thought that was the best way to ultimately maximize the value of the space. That way you didn't lock yourself into any long-term deal at a low rate. And if and when there was an improvement in value, we were able to capture it.
Now, what was your role in marketing that capacity after the agreements terminated?
Yeah, every month I would reach out to a number of different counterparties that we would typically do business with and try to gauge their interest in the space for a given month. And then we would evaluate those different interest levels, the volume that they wanted, those different particular items, and then try to find the best opportunity for us for that month.
How many parties would you correspond with each month?
I mean, it varied, but it was always multiple parties, kind of the same similar list of those we reached out to for the open season.
How much time did you spend each month marketing this capacity?
I mean, it would vary, but it was hours. We would reach out to different individuals. Sometimes it took longer than other times to get a deal done, but we spent a lot of time on it.
And how would you evaluate what price to agree to for these monthly transactions?
Well, the value of the space generally ended up corresponding with the difference between the value of a barrel at Crane, which is in the Permian Basin, and then the value of a barrel at Corpus. And so we would look at those two price points, talk to a number of different counterparties, and try to find the best value based on those two data points.
Was Medallion responsible for any expenses in these transactions that it was not responsible for under the agreements with ARM?
In some months, yes.
What kind of expenses?
The primary one I can think of is pumpover fees.
And what effect did Medallion paying those pumpover fees have on the total amount that Medallion has collected in mitigation?
Well, in the months where we had to pay the pumpover fees, it would lower the revenue we received, or the net revenue for the mitigation. It would lower our mitigation number.
Let's take a look at DX 693. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And what is this document?
This is a summary of the individual transactions that we entered into each month since the termination of the agreement with ARM.
Who prepared this document?
I believe Aaron Offit, our VP of Finance, prepared this.
I apologize. 1 second. Okay, guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you reviewed this document before?
Yes.
Did you help prepare it in any way?
I help provide the individual transaction information.
And what does this document show?
Yeah, at the top, it shows what we would have expected to earn under the ARM agreement in a given month. And then below it, we've got the individual counterparties, the volume that we did with those counterparties, if there was multiple in 1 month, the rates that they agreed to pay, and the expenses that either we incurred or the others incurred at the bottom.
And is this a summary of all the transactions where Medallion sold the Epic capacity after termination?
It is.
Is this document an accurate summary of those transactions?
Yes.
And if we look over in the far right column for April through November 2022, how much has Medallion collected net of expenses and mitigation from the time the agreement's terminated through the end of November 2022?
Yeah, that's the $5.7 million number right there. Yeah.
Okay, and what is that amount exactly?
It's $5,735,934.45.
And how much less is that amount than what ARM would have paid during that time through the end of November 2022?
$20,268,175.29.
Your Honor, I'll move to admit DX 693 into evidence.
And DX 693 or 6? Okay, did you say 693?
That's right, 693.
Any objections? 693.
No objection.
DX 693 is admitted.
And thank you. We can take that document down from the screen. Did Medallion eventually end up entering into a new term contract for the space?
We did.
And what counterparty was that with?
With Macquarie.
And when did that contract become effective?
The term agreement was effective August of 22 through December, originally, the initial one.
And what were the primary terms of that contract?
They were going to take out the full capacity, the full volume, 27,778. They were going to pay us 61 cents a barrel, and they were going to assume any pump over fees associated with movements down at Corpus.
So why, after over a year of monthly transactions, did you decide to did Medallion decide to enter into a term contract with Macquarie?
Yeah, we as we evaluated continuing the month-to-month transactions, the value we were able to get was in a range between 25 and say 40 cents. And as you looked out in the future at the forward curve, there was more value in the space out into the future. And so one way to capture the incremental value that's, again, out in the future is to do a term contract. And so we decided at that point to do a little term contract and pick up some of that incremental value.
Has there been any amendment to the Macquarie contract?
Yes, we extended it through the full year of 2023, so January through December.
And did the rate change?
We did, yes. We increased the rate to 65 cents.
And going forward, how does Medallion now plan to sell the space in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll continue to look at entering into term contracts if it makes sense. As we approach the end of this year, we'll continue to look at that forward curve and see if there's good value out into 2024.
And in all of your time marketing the space after the ARM agreements terminated, did potential counterparties ever ask if they could ship WTL on the pipeline?
Occasionally they did, yes.
And did whether Epic was shipping WTL ever affect the price of those deals?
Not in the discussions we had with the counterparties, no.
Let's go back to the terminal capacity at Corpus Christi. Are you familiar with the terminal services that Medallion receives from Epic and Corpus Christi?
Yes.
And when you've been marketing the transportation capacity, are you also marketing the terminal services?
Yes, we package them together.
So how has Medallion marketed that terminal capacity?
Yeah, we marketed it as a package deal with the pipeline space.
Did Medallion, has Medallion ever marketed the terminal window as a standalone transaction?
We have not.
Why not?
Well, primarily in the discussions we've had with various counterparties, there hasn't been a whole lot of value attributed to the terminal capacity by itself. The terminal capacity at Corpus Christi has been largely overbuilt, and most of the value was in the pipeline space.
Do the counterparties that you're discussing with have their own loading windows at different terminals in Corpus?
Sure, at times they do. Yeah, they may have relationships or terminal windows at other docks down in Corpus, yes.
And were there months that shippers sent all of their crew to different terminals, meaning the loading window went unused?
Yes.
And why didn't Medallion market that loading window separately during those months?
Well, I guess first and foremost, most of our discussions with folks told us that there wasn't a lot of value in the window by itself. And then there could be some timing issues with trying to market the window in terms of, if we sold it with the pipeline space, we wanted to maintain that window available for that customer. And whether they use the window or not, we may not have known until the nomination deadline, which was too late in the trade cycle to really find another counterparty.
Has any counterparty ever expressed interest in the terminal window by itself?
No, not to me.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Any cross?
Yes, just a little, I think I got three things I want to cover. First of all, these pump over fees that Medallion paid, can you explain to us what those were paying for?
Yes, sir. So depending upon the month, the counterparties may have nominated their barrels at Corpus Christi to different destinations other than the Epic dock. And there's certain destinations that Epic charges a pump over fee for delivery or for access to.
In any of those instances, did the shipper on the pipeline pump over amounts that were in excess of what the Corpus Christi Epic dock could handle?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, the 27,778, or that's the right number, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the 27,778 for a month aggregates to more than 860,000 for the month, right?
Sure, depending on the month, yes.
Right, and to the extent the Epic terminal couldn't handle that full amount, it would take, say, the 750 or whatever amount could be handled at that Epic terminal, and the excess would be pumped over to another terminal.
That could happen, yes.
And in fact, that did happen, right?
Yes.
Right. And so that made the use of this jointly packaged pipeline capacity and terminal space more expensive than it would have been if the Epic terminal could have handled the full 860, right?
I don't exactly agree with that.
Okay. Well, pumping over the excess did cost money that would not otherwise have been paid if the Epic terminal could have handled the full 860.
We had situations where, just based on relationships, let's say with other docks, that shippers would send different amounts to different docks. So it's not that every month 750,000 barrels was sent to the Epic dock. We had it vary month to month amongst the different shippers and what their relationships were with other docks.
But to the extent that there was a full 860 going through the Epic pipeline under this arrangement in a given month, and the Epic dock couldn't handle it, and there was a pump over fee to another dock, that increased the costs associated with that month over what the cost would have been if the Epic dock could have handled the full 860, right? There was an extra cost associated with that.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I think you testified at the beginning that you're dealing with trading companies like Vitol and Macquarie.
Yes, sir.
Shell has a trading arm, and the market price for the transportation is roughly equivalent to the spread between the cost of the product in West Texas versus the cost at the Gulf Coast, right?
Correct.
And so to the extent that spread narrows, the pipeline capacity becomes less valuable.
Yes.
And you understand that that spread collapsed below the $1.50 or the $1.35 that ARM had agreed to pay in the original agreements.
Correct.
And wouldn't it be true, sir, that to the extent you've got a package deal here, I mean, you got a package deal of pipeline transportation capacity and terminal services. If you're going to be making less money or even losing money on the spread between West Texas and Corpus Christi, the ability to efficiently export crude out of Corpus to foreign markets becomes far more important to the transaction.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on what the export economics looked like at the time.
Sure. I mean, to the extent the spread has collapsed, you've lost your opportunity to make money, and you may even lose money between West Texas and Corpus. And the only opportunity you may have to make any money or at least break even may be to go into international markets and sell where there's a spread that would generate sufficient profit.
Yeah, if that were true, then yes.
All right. I want to talk a little bit, and then I'll be done. I want to talk a little bit about the business that you engage in. And I believe in describing your job, you talked about buying and selling crude.
Yes.
So you actually, Medallion actually takes title to crude in its business.
We have a marketing company that does buy a little bit of crude, yes.
Okay. You also mentioned merchant storage. Could you explain to us what merchant storage is?
Yes, we have about 1.6 million barrels of storage in total on the Medallion system, and the marketing company contracts for a portion of that storage to utilize when demand suggests it makes sense to store barrels.
And just to unpack that a little bit, that means that maybe the price of oil today is lower than what you anticipated maybe in the future, and your customers might be willing to incur the cost of storage to hold it for a while in storage until market conditions improved. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's what you called merchant storage?
Yes.
Is there other kinds of storage in this business?
Yeah, I think operational storage.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's why I thought I'd heard something about operational storage. What is operational storage?
Well, the pipelines utilize storage in their operations to maintain ratability or consistent flow rates over time.
Okay, and as I understand it, Medallion, I think you also mentioned that you're, as part of your business, you're marketing space on pipelines, right?
Medallion, I'm sorry. Yes, we have space on Medallion pipelines. The marketing company does, yes.
And the Medallion pipeline, are those gathering pipelines or are those trunk lines?
Both. There's gathering pipelines and there's trunk lines.
Where are your trunk lines?
Well, they're all in the Permian Basin.
I see. All right. And what is a trunk line?
Well, I guess, what do you mean by trunk line? We call them gathering. It's all a gathering system. But I would say we have larger diameter pipelines that move barrels, larger quantities of barrels within our gathering system. And then there's smaller, pipelines that would move less volume, but it's all part of the same, big picture gathering system.
Yeah, and as I understand it, you've got producers out there that have wells and you're connecting to those producers, and maybe the closer you get to the producer, the smaller the pipeline, because you may be just servicing.
Yes, sir.
Wells, and then it gets bigger as you're kind of aggregating all of this stuff and getting it to the pipeline.
Correct.
And when I say the pipeline, I mean the pipeline that's going to transport it from West Texas to some other location like Corpus.
Right.
Okay. I think we're on the same page then. Okay. So when it's going through the gathering system and before it gets on the pipeline, does it go into operational storage?
Not necessarily. It may. It just depends on how the gathering system is configured and where the oil is coming from and where it's going.
Okay, and I don't know if you've seen this, but if we could look at Defendant's Exhibit 219. And if you could go to the next page. This is a deck that we've looked at with some other witnesses that Epic presented at a shipper meeting in November of 2019. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen this before?
I have not.
If we could look
I'm going to object real quick because this wasn't one of the documents that was provided in his witness binder for Mr. Witt.
I'm sorry, say this again?
This wasn't one of the documents that was provided in Mr. Witt's binder that the parties have been delivering to each other each morning.
I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Is that an objection to the admissibility of this exhibit?
I think it's already admitted, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, it's not to the admissibility.
What exhibit number is this?
It's Defendant's Exhibit 219.
Okay.
I've just got a quick question, and it's just to confirm something he's already said. I don't think this will be very controversial, and if it is, Mr. Downs can jump in and stop me.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. If we could look at the PDF page number 9, it's page 8 of the PowerPoint. There's a system overview for this Epic system, and talks about the main pipeline that's moving from West Texas to Corpus. And then second big bullet point is talking about operational crude storage in Robstown. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And it says WTI, WTL, EF, and EFL batching and ship loading. Is that the kind of operational, or are you aware that there was operational storage associated with the Epic pipeline that's that issue in this case?
I'm not super familiar with how they operate their pipeline.
Okay.
I mean, I see that here on this presentation they put together, so I'm assuming it's down there.
Okay. But that's not something that you're dealing with in your marketing activities.
No, sir.
It's maybe more of an operations issue.
Yes.
And just based on your experience in the industry and your understanding of Medallion's assets and the way pipelines operate, operational storage would not be used for that merchant storage that you're talking about. It's used to kind of aggregate crude before it's actually put into the pipeline.
Well, I mean, it's theoretically the same asset. So how the counterparties use it would just depend upon what they're trying to achieve, what they need to achieve. So it's hard to say whether it's operational or merchant, just depending upon what the use is.
Sure. But on a month-to-month basis, or even a day-to-day basis, there may be a need in order to maintain the appropriate flow on the pipeline to store some of the crude that's coming in and aggregate it before it's actually put into the pipeline for flow.
I think that's generally true, yes.
Okay, thank you. You understand that, I guess in marketing the Epic capacity, you understand that the specifications in the Epic tariff provided for the transport of Common Stream 1 and Common Stream 2? You familiar with that?
Yes, subject to the quality specifications.
Yeah, there are specific quality specifications for Common Stream 1, which is WTI, and Common Stream 2, which is WTL. You understand that?
Yes. Yes.
And Common Stream, that's referring to the oil that's going into the pipeline that's mixed with the same type of oil that may be coming in from other producers or other shippers on the pipeline, right?
That's my general understanding.
Right. Typically there are rules and tariffs that relate to common streams, right? For example, minimum volumes that can be shipped into that common aggregated stream, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would depend on which specific tariff and stream you're talking about.
And have you ever marketed space on a pipeline that involved a stream that was not a common stream?
I don't understand the question.
Is every stream that goes into a pipeline a common stream, or can there be special circumstances where a very specific producer or shipper is segregating its crude from the common stream that's being shipped on the pipeline? Are you aware of that?
I'm really not. I'm not familiar with that situation.
Okay, fair enough. In marketing to producers and marketing your gathering system, and this capacity on this pipeline, you are aware that there were substantial volumes of WTL available and being shipped out of West Texas locations in 2020. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That there was WTL in West Texas in 2020? Yeah, I think there was.
Yeah, and it was being shipped, for example, on the Plains pipeline.
I'm not sure what Plains has. I mean, I understand they ship WTL, but I'm not familiar with their system and where it comes in and all those details.
And are you aware of the fact that gathering systems in West Texas can handle both WTI and WTL?
Yes.
All right, pass the witness.
Your Honor, I have just a few more questions. Mr. Witt, do you recall Arms Counsel asking you about quality specifications?
Yes.
And do you understand those quality specifications to include only API gravity or other factors as well?
No, there's other elements as well.
Okay, and what did you mean by product specification?
Oh, it's the entire, typically it's in an exhibit, and it would be the entire exhibit would be the product specifications.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further from me, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you.
Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, Medallion calls Barry Pulliam as our next witness.
All right, Mr. Pulliam.
Counsel, can I get your name?
Tom Patterson, P-A-T-E-R-S-O-N.
Thank you.
Mr. Pulliam, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pulliam, please introduce yourself to the court.
Yes, my name is Barry Pulliam.
The Medallion has retained you to calculate its damages in this matter and to respond to opinions that have been offered by arms experts. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did you prepare expert reports in this matter?
Yes, I prepared an expert report, my initial report in the fall of 2021, a rebuttal report later that year, and then I've prepared 2 supplemental reports as I've received new information in September of 22 and December of 22.
And how are you employed, Mr. Pulliam?
I'm a managing director and an economist with the firm of Econ One Research.
What is Econ One Research?
Econ One Research is an economic research and consulting firm.
What's your position?
I'm managing director.
How many employees does Econ One have?
We have about 90 professionals.
How long have you been there?
I've been with the firm for about 25 years.
Before Econ One, where'd you work?
I worked with a firm called Micronomics.
And how long were you there?
I was there for 10 years.
And before that, what were you doing?
Before that, I was in graduate school.
Okay, what did microeconomics do?
Micronomics was a similar firm as the firm I'm working with now. It's economic research and consulting.
Does your work as an economist focus on a certain area or industry?
Yeah, I would say my work is focused on the energy industry. I do some other things, but most of my work is in the energy industry, and in particular in the oil and gas industries.
Would you call yourself an energy or oil and gas economist?
I think I'd call myself an economist who specializes in oil and gas issues.
So how many years have you been working as a professional economist?
I've been at this for 35 years.
I'll come back a little bit more on your work experience. Where'd you go to school?
I got my undergraduate degree, my bachelor's degree at the California State University at Long Beach, and I received a master's degree at the Claremont Graduate School.
When did you first start working then as a professional economist?
Right after graduate school in 1988.
And that was for microeconomics?
That was for microeconomics, correct.
How did you come to specialize in the oil and gas industry?
Well, the firm had a large energy practice when I joined it, and one of the first projects that I began working on was a project involving crude oil production in Alaska, up on the north slope of Alaska.
What was your role in that Alaska matter?
Well, that role, it was a dispute over royalty payments, and it involved, it was a multi-year running dispute. My role was in part to track production from Alaska as it went down the Trans-Alaska pipeline and was loaded onto tankers at Valdez and then delivered to various ports throughout the country, the West Coast, Gulf Coast, and East Coast. And that it also involved looking at transactions as to how the Alaskan oil was marketed when it was delivered to these locations. So it involved evaluation of those marketing transactions.
How long did you work on that matter?
I worked on that matter for probably 5 years all told.
And how much oil were we talking about?
For that period of time, we're talking about in excess of 10 billion barrels.
What was the daily production?
It ranged between 1 million and 2 million barrels a day.
Besides the state of Alaska, have you worked for other states?
Yes, I've worked for just about every major producing state in the country. I've worked for the state of Texas, the state of New Mexico, the state of Oklahoma, and the state of Louisiana, all on oil and gas related issues.
Have you also consulted with the federal government?
Yes, I have. I've consulted with the Department of Interior, the Department of Forestry, the Army Corps of Engineers, and as well the President's Council of Economic Advisors on oil and gas issues.
What was the issue you worked on for the President's Council?
I was asked to prepare a report looking at the impact of lifting the ban on exporting oil from Alaska to foreign locations back in the mid-1990s.
What happened?
Well, the ban was lifted, I think it was 96. That was as far as I'm aware, the first lifting of an export ban on U.S. production.
What else have you done for state or federal agencies?
I've worked for a number of attorneys general, helping them look at antitrust issues, competitive issues, issues involving mergers and acquisitions. I've done some of that same work for the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice.
What about private sector clients?
I've worked for private sector clients as well. I've worked for mineral interest owners, for producers, for pipeline companies and midstream companies, refiners. I've worked for chemical companies. I've worked for regulated utilities. So a variety of private sector clients.
Have you previously testified on issues involving the oil and gas industry?
Yes, I have on many occasions.
In which courts?
I've testified in a number of state courts. I've testified in federal court. I've testified in arbitrations. I've testified at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. I've testified in front of state regulatory commissions, and I've also testified in legislative hearings.
Have you previously worked on and testified about pipeline transportation and tariffs?
I have, yes.
Have you also previously worked and testified regarding marine terminals, port requirements and restrictions and tanker requirements?
Yes, some of my initial testimony, in fact, involved looking at marine transportation on the Gulf Coast and port restrictions, things like draft restrictions, and what size tankers could come and go from different ports.
Did any of that involve the Port of Corpus Christi?
It did, yes.
Have you previously worked on establishing market value for crude oil?
I have, yes, on a number of occasions.
Has that work involved using crude prices from Platts and Argus?
Platts, Argus, and others, yes, that's a regular, those are regular sources that I use in my work.
Have you testified previously about damages calculations, pursuant to a breach of contract or other claims?
I have, yes.
Has your previous work involved Medallion, ARM, or Glencore?
No, it is not.
Have you previously worked with me and the Sussman Godfrey firm?
I have previously worked with you and the Sussman Godfrey firm, and I've worked on the other side of the Sussman Godfrey firm as well.
Have you previously worked with opposing counsel at Quinn Emanuel?
I personally have not. My firm has worked with Quinn Emanuel a number of times.
Has a court or tribunal ever granted a motion to disallow or limit the scope of your testimony?
No.
Your Honor, Medallion proffers Mr. Pulliam is an expert in this case per Texas Rule of Evidence 702.
Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Pulliam, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pulliam, for purposes of your work in this case, have you reviewed the transportation and terminal service agreements at issue in this matter?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to ask you about a chart we started this case with. Do you recognize this chart?
Yes, I do. This is a chart that utilizes data that I had in my initial report.
What does this chart show?
Well, it shows it shows a couple things. The first thing, we talk about the blue line. It shows the blue line represents the price spread between the Gulf Coast and the Permian Basin for West Texas Intermediate. So it's looking at that spread or difference in price over the period July or mid-1919 through March of 21. And then the black line represents the transportation fee in the transportation agreement that is at issue in this matter.
Let's start with back in July of 2019. What was the difference in price between WTI on the Gulf Coast and in the Permian?
In mid 1990, the difference was about $5 a barrel. And if you go back earlier than that, that spread had peaked in 2018 at frankly more than $20 a barrel. So by mid 1919, it was down to about $5. And then it declined through the end of the year. As you can see there, by the end of 2019, it was about $2.30. And then it really collapsed. That spread between the Gulf and the Permian collapsed at the beginning of 2000, particularly in the spring when COVID hit in conjunction with the price war that was going on between the Saudis and the Russians. And that spread has stayed, as you can see, it says average 45 cents between April 20 and March 21. It's really stayed in that range ever since then.
Was there also new pipeline capacity coming online?
Well, and that's one of the reasons that's a big reason why this spread collapsed. As you got towards the end of 2019, a number of new pipelines were completed and started carrying oil from the Permian to the Gulf Coast. And then as those were coming on, you had COVID hit and the price war hit. And that had a big impact on worldwide economies, on demand for oil, and frankly, a feedback then into oil prices and the production of oil out of the Permian Basin. So what happened was a lot less production coming online than was anticipated, and then less than what you had pipeline capacity for.
Let's look back in July, August 2019. Was the spread in excess of the $1.35?
Yes, it was several dollars a barrel above the $1.35, and frankly, not just the spread at the time, but the expectation. If you were to look at forward markets, the expectation was that spread would remain above that $1.35 level out into the future.
So what would your reaction be to signing a contract to pay $1.35 or $1.50 when the spread was a couple bucks north of that?
Well, I think at that time that the spread definitely supported that transportation fee, and again, the anticipated spread going forward supported it. The market had an expectation that spread would be above $1.35 over the longer term.
But I think, as you've said, stuff happened.
Stuff happened. The capacity probably was overbuilt a bit, and production took a big hit, at least relative to it took a hit, an actual hit when COVID came out, but it also took a hit relative to what was anticipated to happen going forward.
So if a shipper was paying $1.35 a barrel in transportation fees and another 15 cents a barrel in terminal fees, and then reselling the oil at the Gulf, what would it be losing during this contract performance period?
Well, it's about $1.05 a barrel. Rounded off, about $1 a barrel, roughly.
So that's the difference between $1.50 and the 45 cents?
45 cents, correct.
Well, what if a shipper was able to export the crude oil to a foreign market such as Europe? Could it make up some or all of that loss?
Not at this time. At this time, export economics were also negative. So the shipper would actually have been generally better off just selling that oil in the Gulf as opposed to exporting it, at least if they're lining up shipping transportation during that time period.
What about shipping it to Asia?
Shipping it to Asia would have been even worse. You would have lost more money than shipping it, say, to Europe. You might have been able to ship some, and we do see some short haul shipments down to Latin America. But as far as the long haul shipments go to Europe or to Asia, those were underwater as well during this time period.
So if someone has the right to ship 27,778 barrels a day, what would the losses come to during the period from April 1 through March 21?
Oh, and this would be about $10 million.
How much do you recall how much that is a month?
About $830,000 a month, I think.
And how does that relate to the position ARM found itself in during the spring of 2020?
Well, it would have been losing money during that time period.
Mr. Pullen, do you understand that Medallion has claimed damages resulting from ARM's refusal to post credit support and pay additional amounts due under the agreements after?
I do.
Did ARM post credit support under the agreements?
Yes, it did. It posted credit support under the transportation and the terminal agreements, I think in the amount of about $13.7 million.
13.7 under the transportation?
Under both of them, I believe.
Did it also post letters of credit?
Yes, it did. Posted letters of credit totaling 19 million.
For a total of what?
32.7 million.
Was there any other credit support for these contracts?
There was a guarantee. I understand a guarantee from Glencore or Glencore's parent.
So when Glencore terminated its guarantee in March of 21, did Medallion ask ARM, is it your understanding that Medallion asked ARM to post additional security?
Yes, I believe Medallion asked ARM for another 12.45 million in additional security.
All right. Did ARM post it?
No.
And what's your understanding of the actions Medallion took after ARM refused to provide the additional security?
I think ARM sought to recover on the letters of credit, and it sought to terminate the agreements.
ARM or Medallion?
I'm sorry, Medallion. Medallion sought to call on ARM's letters of credit and terminate the agreements.
Were there any damages left? Any shortfall?
There were damages left for future related to future obligations.
And were there invoices, to your understanding, sent to ARM requesting payment?
Yes.
And was there payment made?
There was no payment made.
Okay. So are you familiar with provisions in the contracts that authorize damages?
Yes, I am.
Can you describe your understanding of what those sections provide?
Yeah, it's section 6.02 B in the transportation agreement and section 13.4 in the terminal services agreement. They essentially provide for the recovery of, in the case of a shipper default, the recovery of any fees that are then owing, and then any fees that would be owing in the future, less any amounts that the carrier had held as from security postings or from the collateral that was posted, and less any mitigation that the carrier has been able to make.
Did you prepare a slide that summarizes that general?
I did, yes.
Walk us through this.
All right, so this is the way that the provisions, at least conceptually, are structured. You start with the unpaid or pre-termination fees. To that, you add the value of post-termination fees that erode through the remainder of the contract term. From that, you subtract any credit support that Medallion has retained, and then you subtract any mitigation of the carriers or Medallions, any mitigation of the post-termination fees that the carrier's been able to do, and that then equals your the damages.
Okay. And is that the paradigm that you followed to calculate Medallion's damages here?
That's the process. That's the methodology I've used, yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you table 1 from your December 23rd, 2022 supplement. Can you describe to the court what this is?
Yes, this is my calculation of damages for the Medallion's damages under the Transportation Services Agreement and the Terminal Services Agreement. And
to cut to the bottom line, what do you show as Medallion's total damages in this matter?
With prejudgment interest calculated through the end of this month, I show that under the Transportation Services Agreement, it's $8,818,915.34. Under the Terminal Services Agreement, it's $4,188,039 and 86 cents. The total of both is $13,188,039 $6,955.20.
And if you do, before adding prejudgment interest, what's the total?
Before adding prejudgment interest, you can see that up in row 8. The damages before prejudgment interest would be for the transportation services agreement, $8,135,736.38. For the terminal services agreement, they would be $3,845,137.84. And then combined, they're $11,980,874.22.
Okay. So at the top, you have transportation services. Does that mean the transportation services agreement damages?
Correct. That
And
first,
then next to that is terminal services agreement damages.
correct.
And then you have your total.
That's correct.
Okay. Oh, let's start with row 1. Please tell the court what you show in row 1.
Row 1 is that first point that we started with on the prior slide. It's the pre-termination fees that we're owing for, in this case, the period April 1 through April 4, 2021.
And had Glencore paid the transportation fees through the end of March 2021?
Yes, ultimately the transportation fees through March had been paid by Glencore.
Had anyone paid the transportation fees for the first several days of April before Medallion terminated?
No,
And is that what this first row shows?
that's what that reflects, yes.
Okay, what do you show in the second row?
The second row, I show the post-termination fees. Ultimately, I'm working to arrive at the present value of those fees as of the date of termination. But I start first with that. We see that first row under service fees. And that's just the amount of the transportation fees and the terminal fees that would be paid if the contract had been performed through the end of its term at the end of March 2025.
And what is the NPV discount?
The NPV discount, what I'm doing here is discounting back those future fees to a present value as of the date of termination. The concept is those fees are fees that would have been collected over time and out into the future. And in recognition, what's essentially happening here is those fees are, the payment of those fees or receipt of those fees are being accelerated to the time of the termination of the contract. And so in recognition for that acceleration or early payment, I am discounting or taking the present value of those fees. And so that line there that says less NPV discount reflects the amount of the discount involved in taking the present value of the future fees.
Do the agreements specify how the discounting is to be done?
The terminal service agreement does. It specifies that you use a 10% discount rate to calculate the present value of the future terminal services fees.
Is that what you did?
That is what I did, yes.
What about the transportation services agreement?
The transportation services agreement doesn't have any provisions governing what to do there.
So what did you do to discount the post-termination fees to a present value in your calculation for the transportation services agreement?
Yeah, for the transportation services agreement, in recognition of the payments coming in over time and the type of payments that they were, I used a discount rate of 3 1/8%. When you're doing this type of calculation, you want to choose a discount rate that reflects the type of cash flow that's being discounted, whether it's a fixed cash flow over time, a certain cash flow over time, or whether it's an uncertain cash flow. In the case of the tariff payments here, the transportation fees that were owed. Those are fixed, regular monthly cash flows that are known. They are akin to really what you would expect or have involving the repayment of a bond or a debt. And so I've used a debt rate to discount those fees back to a present value at the time of termination.
Well, specifically, how did you determine that rate of 3 1/8?
I used Medallion's borrowing costs at that time, which were consistent with what you see in the market for bond rates of companies in the A to BBB range.
And tell us, why did you use a rate based on borrowing costs?
Because the type of cash flow that's involved here, it's a certain cash flow, like a debt payment. There's not uncertainty surrounding whether what these amounts are due each month, just like you'd have on the payment of a debt or payment of a bond. In that way, it's very different than what you have, say, from profits that would be associated with just being a participant in the oil and gas industry, where they're up and down each month and there's a lot of uncertainty as to what those would be. There you would use a higher rate that incorporates the provision for that uncertainty. But when you're looking at something that's a fixed stream of payments and you don't have that uncertainty, you want to use something akin to a debt rate.
Now, in his report, Arms Expert has criticized your use of this discount rate as too low. How do you respond to that criticism?
Well, for the reasons I've just said, I don't agree. I mean, as I've said, this is essentially a fixed income stream over time with little or no uncertainty as to what those numbers will be. The production, the volumes that we have each month are the same. The rates are the same, with the exception of an inflation provision. And so it is
Probably in the jury room.
It is the kind of cash flow where you should use a lower debt type rate for discount.
Okay, now, so in row 2, it looks like you subtract this NPV discount. What does that represent when you do that?
Well, that lowers that future stream of payments to a present value as of the date of termination, or when the payment would be due after termination.
Okay, what comes next?
Next, you've got down in row 3, you've got the offset for credit support that Medallion has retained. And so there's the prepayment deposit that we talked about, totaling 13.7 million, and then the letters of credit, which total 19 million. Below that, then, once you subtract the credit support from the fees, you get what's shown in row 4. So that's a total of $31 million then remaining after you've subtracted the credit fees. The piece that's left then is to subtract the amount of mitigation that Medallion has been able to achieve.
And that's what we listened to Mr. Witt describe?
That's correct. That's what's shown in row 5.
Have you determined? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I've got that broken into two rows. Historical mitigation and future mitigation.
What do you mean by historical?
So historical is just I updated this calculation in December of 2022, so right before trial time here. So I've got the first row there. I've got all of the historical information as to what Medallion has done using that mitigation spreadsheet that Mr. Witt talked about. So that's what I show there in the first row. And what I find is that they have been able to mitigate to the tune of about $5.7 million so far. And then the next piece would be looking at the future. There's still 2023, 24, and the first part of 25. And so I'm looking here at what the mitigation through that time period would be, projecting based on expected prices into the future.
So that brings you to what?
Well, that's another almost 19.5 million in mitigation. So that would bring total mitigation to about $25.225 million.
Okay. In the next row, you show, no, row 6, you show NPV discount on mitigation fees. Would you describe that?
So here, right. So this is the same concept. This mitigation is occurring in the future. And so I am bringing that back to a present value as of the time of termination, because all of these monies would be due. Medallions of damages would be due at the time of termination. And so bringing that all back to the time of termination, and unlike the fees for transportation services, these are uncertain payments. They are the type of activity involved is like that of being a participant in the oil industry. The fees that Medallion is going to receive monthly are unknown. The amount that it will be able to market is unknown. And so I have used in discounting that mitigation amount. I've used a rate consistent with discount rates in the petroleum industry overall.
Well, now this is a different rate from what you use for the transportation fees. Can you elaborate on that? Why?
Yeah, here I've used 12%, which is a standard rate in the upstream petroleum industry, and it reflects that uncertainty in the type of payment, the cash flow that we're talking about. It's not a fixed guaranteed payment, unlike the revenue stream that would come in from the tariffs or the transportation fees. It's a payment that would be uncertain and variable over time. So it calls for a higher discount rate.
Well, you understand that Arms Expert has said you should have used a discount rate of 10% from the terminal services agreement for all the revenue streams in your analysis. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with that. I think they're different, as I've talked about. They're different types of revenue streams. I agree that for purposes of where there is a contractually specified rate, that's what you ought to use. I don't see the need to extrapolate that rate to either other contracts or other types of cash flows. Instead, I'm using what I think, where not specified by the contract, I'm using what I believe are the economically justified and appropriate rates.
Okay, and what do you show in row 7?
Row 7 then is the present value of that mitigation as of the time of termination.
Okay, and then row 8?
Row 8 then would be the net of the amount that you see in row 4, less the discounted mitigation. So it's the 31 minus the 19. And that gives you a total damage amount across both contracts of $11.98 million.
Okay, and specifically for the transportation services agreement, the damages are what?
Damages are $8,135,736.38.
And under the terminal services agreement?
They are $3,845,100, $3,845,137.84.
For a total of,
$11,980,874.22.
and then it looks like in the next row, you do prejudgment interest through the end of the month.
That's correct.
And what does that amount to?
For the transportation services agreement, it's $683,178.96. For the terminal services agreement, it's $342,902.02. And combined, it's $1,026,080.98.
And what rate did you use for prejudgment interest?
I used 5% simple. I used the statutory rate.
Statutory rate in Texas?
Correct.
Okay, and then last line is your total with prejudgment interest.
Yes.
Would you tell us what the total is for each agreement?
For the terminal services agreement, it's $8,818,915.34. For the terminal services agreement, it's $4,188,039.86. And for both, it's $13,006,955.20.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to turn next to ARM's claims for breach. We've heard, you can take that down, Matt. We've heard a fair bit from ARM and its experts about the value of the option to ship WTL instead of WTI, and about the value of the option to ship on a Suez Max instead of an Aframax out of Corpus Christi. Have you listened to that testimony this week during trial?
I have, yes.
You've listened to their experts opine on optionality, correct?
Yes, yes.
What's the actual evidence in the record to your understanding about optionality?
Well, from what I've heard, the evidence is that if you had the access to the WTL and you could ship on a larger Suez Max vessel, you had the opportunity to earn additional revenues, additional profits. Particularly if you were able to take just the right oil to just the right place, that's the most profitable one each month, you could potentially earn more money. I saw information presented about spreads on WTL and WTI prices and differences in shipping rates. But I didn't see anything that quantifies what that optionality is actually worth.
Okay, well, so was this empirical or was this theoretical, the discussion you were hearing?
The discussion was certainly theoretical. There was no empirical analysis of how much more or how much the value of the optionality was.
Is there any evidence to your knowledge in the record about lost revenues or lost profits?
Not that's been presented here, no.
Okay, well, let's turn to their claim that not being able to nominate and transport WTL to Corpus Christi on the Epic pipeline caused them a significant detriment. What evidence have their experts put in on this?
Well, they put in some information on price spreads between West Texas Intermediate and West Texas Light.
At what locations?
Well, they put in price spread information. They actually have prices for the Permian Basin. We have WTI and WTL actual prices at Midland. So they put those in, but then they've also put in estimated prices for WTI and WTL in Asia with Mr. Gustafson, and in Asia and Europe with Dr. Jacobs.
Okay, well, Mr. Gustafson is, I believe, his PowerPoint slide 20. Could you put that up, Matt? Is that the data he sponsored on Wednesday?
Yes, that's the extent of the price information that he has put up as far as any locations outside of the U.S.
You see in the second major bullet, he says WTL can often be purchased at a lower price than WTI in the Permian, but can fetch pricing comparable to WTI abroad. You see that?
I see that.
Do the data that Mr. Gustafson presents in this chart support that opinion?
I certainly don't think they do.
Why not?
Well, what he's done is he's calculated and shown data for what he considers to be comparable or similar crudes to WTL and to WTI in Asia. But he hasn't shown that you would actually earn or that you could sell WTL in Asia at a similar price to WTI while buying it at a discount in the Permian.
Okay.
And if you examine his data, it doesn't support that.
Have you prepared a chart that shows that?
I have, yes.
Okay, this is Mr. Gustafson's figure 1, correct?
It is. It's the first 3 columns of his figure 1 where he shows his comparable crudes from Asia for either WTL, which is the top row, or WTI, which is the second row. And so he has annual averages for those crudes. Each of those you can think about as a data point, a sample as to what WTL would be worth over the course of a year. And so what I've done here is the same thing that Dr. Jacobs has done in his analysis. I've taken those comparables and I've averaged them together. So for instance, for 2019, he's got a price for Belita of $64.92, Sinopov $62.82, and then Sakhalin of $66.09. I've taken those are his 3 sample points in Asia, and I've averaged those together, and you can see that to the right at 64.43. And I've done that for each of the years and crude types that he had. So I've done it for WTL for each of the years and then WTI for each of the years. And you can see that then on the far side under the comparable average.
So if you subtract, if you take the 69.34, for example, for WTI in 2019, and you subtract 2019 for WTL of 64.43, you get the $4.91.
Correct. You get, so the WTI comparable average minus the WTL comparable average gives you 491. And that would then be the WTI WTL spread that is implied by these foreign crudes that Mr. Gustafson claims are comparable to WTI and WTL.
Well, I think his point was that you need to compare these to the spread in the Permian. Have you prepared a chart that compares the average of his Asia comparables with WTI, WTL spreads with what's in the Permian?
I have, yes.
Is this the chart?
This is the chart, yes. If you look at column 2 there, those are the spreads that we were just looking at on the prior exhibit. Those are his Asian comparable spreads for the WTI, WTL spread. And then the chart on the left, not the chart, but the column on the left, column 1, is the WTI, WTL spread that you see in the Permian Basin from actual price information for those crudes. And you see each year that spread in Asia is greater than the spread in the Permian. And that is inconsistent with the thesis that Mr. Gustafson has, that you could buy WTL cheaper and then sell it at parity to buy WTL cheaper in the Permian and sell it at parity in Asia. If that were the case, what we would see is these numbers in column 2 being much smaller than what you have in column 1, right? Because these are essentially, we've talked about them as WTI, WTL spreads. You can also think about them as the discount in WTL relative to WTI. So what you see here is the discount in the Permian is actually smaller than the discount in Asia using Mr. Gustafson's crude. And that would not be a situation where one would prefer to market WTL. Rather, you'd prefer to market WTI because that's the higher profit crude. You've got better profit opportunity with WTI.
Have you prepared a demonstrative that shows this information graphically, sir?
Yes, so the same information is presented here, and we can look at that first set of columns there for 2019. You've got the spread in Midland or the Permian Basin at $1.01, so that's the WTI WTL spread, and then you've got the WTI WTL spread in Asia or that WTL discount. And so to the extent that those spreads are different, where that Asia bar is higher, that means it's going to be more profitable to resell WTI in Asia, not WTL. And you see the same thing going across each year. Now it narrows some over time, but as we move through here, in each case, it is more, his data would show that it's more attractive to move to transport WTI and resell WTI than it would be WTL.
So long as it's more profitable to sell WTI than WTL, what would you expect a rational business person would do?
Well, if these crudes, if it is more profitable to resell WTI than WTL, you'd expect a rational business person to try and resell the WTI. I will say that, just remind the court that in all of this, there's only one set of actual prices that are being used for WTI and WTL, and those are the ones in the Permian Basin at Midland. The other ones that give you these red bars, these are all based on foreign crudes that are not WTI and WTL. They're just being held out, in this case by Mr. Gustafson, as crudes that would be comparable, and so therefore would compete with WTI and WTL or would be substitutes for them. You don't have any WTL prices in Asia that you can actually look at. You have WTI prices there, but you don't have a WTL price to compare it against. So what Mr. Gustafson's done is create these proxies to use, but those proxies don't support the notion that you can, his theory that you can buy at a discount in the Permian and then sell WTL at a similar price to WTI and make a bigger profit in Asia.
Now, thank you, Mr. Pulliam. Now, didn't Dr. Jacobs also sponsor testimony on this subject on Wednesday?
He did.
Would you put up Mr. Jacobs' slide 12, please? Is this slide 12 from Mr. Jacobs' PowerPoint what he showed on Wednesday?
It is, and some of this data is data that he had in his in one of his expert reports.
And what's it supposed to show?
Well, he's showing WTI. He calls it WTI to WTL spreads. He shows it now on a monthly basis over time. And let's focus in just for a second on Midland, which is the brown line. So those are the actual WTI and WTL numbers, prices from Midland.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pulliam. You said it's brown, or is it red?
Well, that looks brown to me.
All right.
It's the one that's not blue and not black.
All right. Okay.
But so what that is the difference between WTI at Midland and WTL at Midland. So for instance, you see that little peak there in the spring of 2019, about April 19. So the price of WTI is $2 above the price of WTL in Midland. And
Now-
then
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to explain what the other lines are then.
Sure.
Okay, so can we back out a little bit so we can see the footnotes at the bottom? All right, so the other lines then are what Dr. Jacobs calls WTI to WTL spreads, but none of them are WTI minus WTL. They involve the use of these proxy crudes. For instance, we saw what, let's focus on Asia for a second. We saw what Mr. Gustafson was using for Asia. And Dr. Jacobs does something similar. He uses foreign crudes as a proxy for both WTI and WTL in Asia. And he notes what those crudes are. Some of them are the same crudes that Mr. Gustafson used. I think in the case of WTI, Dr. Jacobs adds in one additional crude to the mix, non-high light. But what Dr. Jacobs finds with his data is that spread in Asia starts out higher than what you have in the Permian. And then in about September of 2000 drops below what you have in the Permian. And the implication of that then would be that prior to whenever the black line is above the brown line, it would be more profitable to market WTI. When it falls below the brown line, then it would be more profitable to market WTL. That's the takeaway from this.
Now, did Dr.
And then just
Jacobs-
one more thing, if I can add. When you see that black line, that Asia line, falling down below zero, all right, what that's saying is the data he has is actually implying that the value of WTL in Asia is actually higher than the value of WTI in Asia, which frankly is a bit of a head scratcher, but that's when it goes down below zero, that's what it's showing.
Does it comport with your understanding of actual experience?
It would be, it looks odd to me, and I looking deeper into his data, I think I understand why it is odd.
Did Dr. Jacobs and Mr. Gustafson use the same Asian crudes as comparables in their analysis of WTI Asia?
Well, as I said, Dr. Jacobs used, the answer is yes, they used two of the same crudes, but Dr. Jacobs added non-high light to his WTI average.
Is it a comparable for WTI?
It is, it may have a similar gravity, but it is not at all comparable in terms of price. It is significantly below the price of WTI in Asia. Now, Asia is a place where we actually have WTI prices. So we can look at those WTI prices and see how they compare with these foreign crudes. And the WTI price in Asia is far higher than the non-high light that Dr. Jacobs uses.
Okay, so what effect does it have to include this non-high light in his data?
It has the effect of artificially lowering the spread that you see in Asia. And in fact, that's what's responsible for driving that spread down below zero, where you see it starting in September of 2020.
Well, you said there are actual WTI prices in Asia. What happens if you use the actual WTI value for Asia?
Well, if you substitute the actual WTI value in for the proxy, including the non-high light that Dr. Jacobs uses, that Asia spread goes up. And it's higher than the Permian spread in each and every month.
Do you have a chart that shows that?
I do, yes.
Is this it?
Yes. So this shows the dashed black line shows what would happen if you took the Platts WTI price in Asia and you used that in Dr. Jacobs' calculation instead of his WTI proxy using foreign crudes. And so you can see it's significantly higher. And like I said, in large part because of the drop, the effect of that non-high light in his basket.
What's the significance of this?
Well, this shows the same pattern that we saw with Mr. Gustafson's data. The WTI, the implied WTI WTL spread in Asia using other crudes is actually higher than it is in the Permian using actual crudes. And so it doesn't support the notion that you could buy WTL cheap in the Permian and sell it for some higher margin than WTI in Asia.
So is there any empirical data in the record that supports the opinion that not being able to sell WTL in Asia during this time period was a significant detriment to ARM?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
I think it shows the opposite, that it would have been preferable to sell WTI during this time period.
Now, as you've talked about, if we look at this light blue line in his slide 12, didn't Dr. Jacobs also tell the court that not being able to sell WTL in Europe was a significant detriment to ARM?
I think that's part of his opinion, yes. And we've got a similar problem with a little different problem with Europe, but as we talked about before, there are no WTL prices in Europe. There is a WTI price, and Dr. Jacobs actually uses the WTI price in his Europe calculation, but he doesn't have a WTL price for Europe. So he actually uses a crude called Eagleford. Eagleford is a South Texas crude oil that is exported to Asia. But you can see down in his notes there, where he says Europe crudes, it says Eagleford 45 DAP. That means delivered at point. And then further over, it says Eagleford 45. What that's referring to is the fact that the Eagleford quote that he uses from Platts is for a 45-degree crude oil. Eagleford crude is assessed at 45 degrees. That is not the same as WTL. That's a heavier crude than WTL.
Does Platts price for Eagleford in Europe specify the gravity?
Yes, it does.
And is that the 45 degree?
That's the 45, and he's included that note down at the bottom of his figure.
So how would you expect the Eagleford crude to compare in value to WTL?
I would expect Eagleford to be higher in value than WTL because it's a little heavier. It's a little closer to WTI. It's like right in the middle of WTI and WTL.
So does he have any evidence that the spread in Europe is narrower than the spread in the Permian?
No, the only evidence he's put on is the spread between WTI and Eagleford in Europe. And that's not a spread between WTI and WTL.
So is there any other empirical evidence, Mr. Pulliam, from ARMS experts to support their opinion that not being able to nominate, transport, and sell WTL abroad was a significant detriment to ARM during this period?
I haven't seen any.
Okay. Let's turn to ARMS experts' second opinion, that it would be cheaper per barrel to ship 1 million barrels of crude on a Suez Max than to ship a lesser volume on an Aframax. Do you recall that testimony from them?
I do.
Do you understand that ARM contends that it had the right under the Terminal Services Agreement with Medallion to load a Suez Max sized vessel with 1 million barrels of crude oil at the Epic terminal?
I understand that their position is that they should be allowed to load 1 million barrels. At least that's what was modeled in their experts' work.
How much oil can a Suez Max vessel carry?
Well, Suez Max vessels can carry up to, at the high end, probably 1.3 million. I mean, there's a big range in Suez Max vessels. You run from a low end of about 120 deadweight tons, and that would load maybe 800,000 barrels, to a high end of 200,000 tons, which could get 1.3 million barrels. The most common type of Suez Max that calls at Corpus and the Gulf Coast is about 160,000 deadweight tons. And that would load just a little bit less than 1.1 million barrels.
Okay, well, let me ask this. Can a Suez Max load 1 million barrels at an inner harbor terminal in Corpus Christi, including the Epic port?
No, not, I mean, if it did, it would violate the port rules, and it would ground into the channel.
What's the most that a Suez Max could load in the inner harbor and still meet the port draft requirements?
Based on my research, I would say about 875,000 barrels would be what you could put on a Suez Max safely in the inner harbor and still meet the draft requirements.
And what is the draft requirement in the inner harbor at this time?
Well, the depth of the inner harbor is 47 feet, but you've got to leave a couple of feet clearance. So a vessel can only sink to 45 feet. So when we talk about draft, we're talking about how much the vessel sinks. So you still have a little bit of clearance above the bottom there. So currently the draft is 45 feet. Now there's a dredging project that is underway, and a couple of years down the road, if they stay on track, that they'll allow larger vessels with deeper drafts in there.
So 47 feet deep, 45-foot draft on the vessel, and do I understand you say that the most that a Suez Max could load would be 875,000 barrels?
That's my opinion, yes.
How did you arrive at that figure?
Several things. First, I looked at the draft allowance in the harbor. I looked at the pilot's manual that the harbor puts out, saw that that's 45 feet. I looked at a study that the harbor had commissioned in early 2019 that estimated what size, how much a tanker, different types of tankers could load safely in the harbor. I also looked at actual loading data at the Corpus Christi terminals for Suez Max vessels and for Suez Max vessels of the type of category that might be able to call on the Epic terminal under the terms of the contract for Epic. So essentially 150,000 deadweight tons and below. And then, so that was how I initially developed my opinion. I saw also that Mr. Freshwater has said the same thing in his testimony, that 875,000 would be about the most you could load on a vessel.
Oh, so based on your research, what's the largest size vessel that you could bring in that had a capacity of not more than 1 million barrels?
About 145,000 deadweight tons. So it's a smaller Suez Max vessel.
Would you put up slide 20, Mr. Gustafson, slide 23, please? Let's turn then to Slide 23. No, slide 23.
I just got
Yeah. Hey, how much longer do we have with this witness? Are we almost done?
About 15 minutes, Your Honor.
And then it's going to be any cross on him? Is this the last witness?
This is the last witness. We have a rebuttal, our expert to put up very briefly in rebuttal on the counterclaim point. But
That's going to be on Tuesday, right?
we're actually wanting to put a fact witness up about just to respond to the Salt Creek allegations very narrowly on Tuesday.
You have, okay, so what else do you have for today?
We have cross of Mr. Pulliam. And if time permits, we can put up our expert on the counterclaim rebuttal. It should not take much time.
Okay.
Your Honor, there are, I think, a couple two depositions that I believe we need to go over the objections to the excerpts, and there's some exhibits as well.
Okay. Why don't we take a break and we'll reconvene in about 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Going back on. Okay, guys. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead and make sure it's locked up. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pulliam, before the break, I think you testified that based on your research investigation, the maximum load on a Suez Max is 875,000 barrels in the Corpus Christi Inner Harbor. Do I have that right?
Yes.
What assumption did Mr. Gustafson make for the volume that would be on the Suez Max vessel in the calculation he presented on Wednesday to the court?
He used 1.1 million barrels.
Can you load 1.1 million barrels on a Suez Max in the Inner Harbor of Corpus Christi?
No.
What would happen to the vessel if you tried?
You would ground into the channel.
Okay, would you put up Mr. Jacobs slide 13, please? Okay, Mr. Pulliam, Dr. Jacobs also showed data on Wednesday about shipping in his slide 13. Is this the same data that Dr. Jacobs had used in his reports in this case?
It's part of it, but he's done a different calculation here than what he did in his reports.
How is what he showed on Wednesday different from what he had in his report?
Well, he's got a much bigger spread between the Aframax and the Suez Max here, because the assumptions he makes, I think he skipped a step in his calculations that he had in his report.
Well, what size vessel is he using for his Aframax?
That's a 70,000 deadweight ton vessel. It's smaller than an Aframax vessel.
What's it called?
Commonly known as a Panamax.
How many barrels would a Panamax carry?
Well, they come in different sizes, but for the 70,000 deadweight ton that he's assumed here, and the way he's done his calculation here, he's essentially assuming about 500,000 barrels in that calculation.
And what's the effect on his analysis from using a Panamax instead of an Aframax?
It increases that black line substantially. So it's much higher than it ought to be.
Okay, and let's turn to the Suez Max. What volume does he assume for a Suez Max?
For that one, he assumed between 1 million and 1.1 million. Think about 1.06 million barrels is what it works out to be the way he's done that calculation.
Now, what would happen to his Suez Max line if you used 875,000 barrels instead of his 1.06 million barrels?
It would come up significantly, about 20 to 25%.
So does his slide 13 that he sponsored on Wednesday actually show a real comparison between shipping costs per barrel between a Suez Max and an Aframax that could actually load in Corpus Christi?
No, I think it's much. He shows over that course, it's about $1 a barrel, and I think that's much higher than what it realistically would be. The assumptions that he's got in this particular chart are just not correct.
Have arms experts presented the court with, in your opinion, with any reliable data to support their opinion about the value of these options that they claim they got?
I don't think they have, no.
Okay. Would you please take that down and put up Mr. Jacobs' demonstrative of out-of-pocket, right? Mr. Pulliam, I want to turn to Dr. Jacobs' out-of-pocket damages calculation for ARM. Do you recall this from Wednesday?
I do, yes.
You recall that he presented two calculations of ARM's damages?
Yes.
In the first one that we're showing here, scenario one, he claims that ARM should recover his damages, what the prepayments and the credit support, plus everything Glencore paid to Medallion, the $15.1 million. You see that in that third row?
I do.
And then less a $4.56 million credit for what he says was the value of those services. And that's in the fourth row. You see that?
I do.
So he says his damages before interest I think would be $43.3 million, about that.
That sounds about right.
Okay. Now, he also presented us another scenario, scenario 2, where he's not claiming that $15.1 million that Glencore paid for services that actually received that year, correct?
Correct.
And if you take out the prejudgment interest on that, is that about $32,700,000?
It is exactly 32,700,000.
Now, assuming for the sake of argument that ARM had a right to recover any damages, have you offered an opinion on which, if either of these is correct?
I think the $32.7 million calculation would be the correct one to use.
Why is that?
Well, it recognizes that ARM got the value of the service that it agreed to. One, and two, if you look at the way that the calculation is done, prior calculation is done, where Dr. Jacobs is essentially he's giving credit for 45 cents a barrel for transportation, which means that he's deducting $1.05 a barrel. So if you think about it, as I've thought about it, what he's essentially doing here is saying, yeah, they agreed to $1.50 a barrel for transportation and terminal services, but they didn't get the WTL, they didn't get the Suez Max, and so that cost them $1.05 a barrel. And that's just not correct. I mean, the WTL and the Suez Max didn't cost them anything in this time period. The difference that he is seeing there is simply the collapse in the spread between Midland and the Gulf Coast. This has nothing to do, that discount he's asking for, the $1.05, has nothing to do with the value of the optionality that ARM is claiming it didn't get.
Now, you understand, though, don't you, that ARM and Dr. Jacobs claim that ARM didn't get the full $1.50 because it didn't get to ship WTL or load a Suez Max vessel? Shouldn't that affect the value of those services?
Well, if they actually were worth anything in that time period, but if you do the analysis, you find that they did not bring extra value in that time period.
Was the value of the transportation terminal services, did that depend on the type of crude or vessel loaded?
No.
Did ARM actually earn enough to cover the demand charges?
No.
Why not?
Well, let me back up and say, I don't know that we have ARM's records as to what it earned. We heard some testimony about, well, maybe they hedged over here to cover something. I don't think we have any of that information. But based on the assumption that they would have followed the most profitable opportunity, they would not have earned, they would have had losses in that first year because the price spread had collapsed and there was not an export opportunity to make up for any of that loss on the transportation, on the pipeline transportation.
Do you remember I actually asked Dr. Jacobs how he got to his 4.56 million number?
Yes.
Matt, have you figured out how he did it?
Yes, I understand how he did it.
How did he do it?
He took it from his Exhibit C to his initial expert report.
Do you have Exhibit C, Matt? Just a moment, Mr. Pulliam. There we go. Is that where he got his 4.56?
Yeah, this is one of the pages. I think it may be the final page. But what he did is he took the time period where the contract was being performed, which is April of 2020 to March of 21. And he would have taken the line that says variable profit actual limitations for those months. And so it's that, variable profit actual limitations. You'd have to go to the months of April 20 through March of 21.
And would add those up?
Yeah, so it's in there.
I don't understand. What is this at the top? It says, Matt, could you
Monthly
just go back
model.
to
Yeah. So
Yeah.
what he's doing, this is Dr. Jacobs, part of Dr. Jacobs' Monte Carlo calculation, where he looks at what ARM could have earned under different options. So you'll see he's got here an Alt2 actual limitations, WTI to Europe. So that's a scenario where they export WTI to Europe, and he looks to see what the profit would be if they exported to Europe. And then he's got an Alt3 down below, which is sale of WTI at Corpus Christi. And if we went up above, you'd see there's one for sale exporting to China. So, he's looking at a number of different alternatives and calculating under the assumption that ARM is utilizing the pipeline 100% each and every month and making the most profitable decision as to which oil to take and where to go. He's then figuring out what profits they would earn, and he's taking the highest scenario profit. And in this particular case, the highest scenario profit turns out to be simply selling the oil at Corpus Christi, because the export profit for the export opportunities are lower. So you can see there's a total profit line down there under total profit actual contract limitations. You see that? And then there's a total profit but for, and those are negative, but they're least negative. So negative means they're losing, but they're least negative in this time period if you're just selling oil at Corpus Christi.
And so he did this Monte Carlo analysis. Was that the one with 1,000 runs and stuff?
It's got 1,000. They got 1,000 runs. That looks at 1,000 different simulations. Is what you call it.
Okay. And how did what he modeled compare to what Glencore actually did?
Well, we have information about what Glencore did in 4 months during the contract performance period. And what Dr. Jacobs' model predicts Glencore should do with actual pricing is just to sell at Corpus. And that's different than what Glencore did in each of those months. Most of those months, as we looked at, they went to Latin America. So presumably they're making more money selling that oil in Latin America than just selling it at the Gulf Coast.
So is any of that reflected in this calculation he did? Okay.
No, it's not an option.
Mr. Pulliam.
But Latin America would be a logical place for someone with an Aframax vessel to go. It's a short haul opportunity, just a couple of days away shipping wise. So it's the type of route that typically that Aframax vessels run. And so that would be a very common way. And we see, 3 of the 4 times that we have data for Glencore as to where they went, that's where they went.
Do you have an opinion, Mr. Pulliam, as to what the appropriate value to use should be for the transportation and terminal services that Glencore received from Medallion during that contract performance period?
Yeah, it's the $15.1 million that they paid.
Why?
Several reasons. First, that's the price they agreed to pay. They received it, and it is consistent with what people were paying for those services at that time, particularly in contracting for for a 5-year period. You look at price expectations at the time that they agreed to the service, and they fully support the transportation of either WTI or WTL over that time period. Second, if you look at what the alleged optionality that was lost, what the value of that was during that year, the optionality didn't add any value to that year. If you go through this analysis that Dr. Jacobs had sponsored and that I had then refined, and you find that there is no value to it. So they got they got a, let me put it this way, the 2 pieces of optionality that are at issue were not diminished, and they didn't take away from the service that was provided, which was consistent with market prices at the time they agreed to it.
So if you make that correction to Dr. Jacobs' report, I take it you end up with his scenario 2?
Scenario 2, I think that's the most appropriate.
And is that what you show in this slide?
Yes.
$32.7 million in actual damages if they're entitled to recover anything.
Yes, this is, I think, the slide we had from Dr. Jacobs' final supplemental, and just made a correction here for the value of the transportation service.
Thank you, Mr. Pulliam. Pass the witness.
Any Cross?
Yes, just briefly, Judge. Welcome, Mr. Pulliam. Nice to see you again.
Yes, thank you.
Let's pick up right where you left off. You said that ARM got the full value of the services provided. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that ARM was never permitted to load more than about 720,000 barrels onto a vessel, right?
Whether it was permitted to or not, I know that the biggest loads it had were in the 700,000 range. I don't know if it ever tried to load anything more than that.
Okay. Well, assume with me that they were denied that opportunity because the Suez Max dock was not built.
But Aframaxes would load more than that.
Okay. Well, you are aware that ARM had a, 850,000 barrel per month shipper pay obligation?
They did if Medallion exercised their option to the walk-up volumes.
And you're aware that they did that every month, right?
They did that every month during the performance period, yes.
And you know that 850,000 barrels could not be loaded at the terminal, right?
It could not be loaded on a single vessel at that terminal in that time period.
Correct. And you're aware that ARM had one loading window per month, right?
You had one firm loading window.
Right. So ARM was charged at the terminal to load 850,000 barrels, but it was not permitted to load more than about 720, 750, right?
ARM paid a terminal fee if Medallion exercised its option to the walk-up volume. ARM
every month
would have paid a terminal fee
right.
on the 850. It would
Correct.
not be able to load 850 on a single vessel at the Epic terminal. It would have to do something different with it, either store it or move it someplace else or sell it.
Correct. So not only was, so let me just take this step by step. So ARM was charged for 100,000 barrels roughly each month that it could not load, right? Right?
15 cents time. I'm sorry, you said it was charged for 100,000 barrels
Right.
that it could not load.
Mhm.
That it could not load onto a vessel that had a lower capacity.
It could not load more than 750,000 barrels or so. So let's just round it off and say 100,000, right?
It couldn't load it onto a 750,000 barrel vessel. That's that
Well,
I would.
It had a single loading window, right?
It had a single firm load.
Right. So it was being charged for 100,000 barrels that it could not load at its designated window, right?
At that firm window. If Medallion exercised its option, then it would pay more in terminaling fees that month than the amount of volume that was put onto a 750,000.
Then the amount of service provided, right, sir? It was being charged for 100,000 barrels more than could actually be loaded.
It was
There was
being
no service provided for those, right?
it was being charged a terminaling fee of 15 cents a barrel under the agreement.
Right.
Um,
Not only, sir, could those not be loaded, something else had to be done with them, right?
yes, and during this time period, the thing to do was to sell it there in Corpus.
Right, because storage is quite expensive, right?
Storage?
Yes.
It can be. It can be. Sometimes it's not.
No. There are extra costs associated with all these barrels. And I want to just pull up your deposition testimony because I think you've morphed a little bit on this. Alan, could you pull up Mr. Pulliam's deposition, page 240? Line 3. So I ask you, I just want to understand your testimony. We talked about this in your deposition. Let's go down. Let's go down to line 22. I'm sorry. And I asked, according to your report, it says they're on the hook for the entire terminal fee. Now I'm just trying to understand the basis of that. If it's alleged that if it's established they were breached, why in the world would ARM be on the hook for the entire terminal fee? And I'm just trying to get your reasoning. And you answered, if it's established that that's a breach and they shouldn't be on the hook for that, then I'd adjust my calculation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And have you adjusted your calculation, sir?
No. If it's established as a breach and they shouldn't be on the hook, then I would adjust my calculation. If I'm told it shouldn't be on the hook, I'd adjust my calculation.
Okay, thank you. You talked about the idea that it would have been economic nonsense to want to ship from.
Wait. What would the adjustment be?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, without being presented with the instruction as to what they should or should not have paid for. I mean, if there was instruction that they should not have paid for a terminal fee for more than 750,000 barrels, then the adjustment would be the 15 cents times 100,000 barrels. That would be a fairly straightforward calculation.
Okay.
I think I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Pulliam, you testified with Mr. Patterson that rational actors, I think I'm trying to get the quote, would not have shipped out of Corpus Christi during the time period of the contract. Do you recall saying something like that? I
don't recall saying it that way. What I said was there was not additional profit to be made exporting oil to long haul locations during that time period.
The implication being that one would just sell in Corpus, is that right?
That would be the highest profit opportunity, at least according to the data, the analysis that Dr. Jacobs had sponsored and that I had also looked at.
Okay. Alan, could you put up plaintiff's exhibit 340? Now, this is a graph of data for Port of Corpus Christi outbound crude barrels per day prepared by the Energy and Information Administration. You know what it's called? I think the EIA. You've heard of it, right? Government agency?
Yes.
Okay, so this chart shows crude exports out of Corpus going up kind of dramatically starting in the last part of 2019. And you can see the trend kind of accelerating, right through COVID, 2020s, and going up still in 2021. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Were all of those people economically irrational?
I don't believe they were economically irrational, no.
Were all those people out there losing money?
They may have been. Some of them may have been, but they may have not been going to certain destinations, but looking at more short haul destinations that might be more profitable.
Well, sir, these are lines for exports, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also talked about the idea that it would be economically irrational to want to sell WTL. Do you recall that testimony?
What I said is that based on the data that has been presented by Dr. Jacobs and Mr. Gustafson, it would be more profitable to sell WTI than WTL.
Do you agree with that?
Not having WTL it does not cost you if you've got WTI.
And I was a little confused because you built a lot of averaging around data, and then you said that you disagreed with the underlying data. So can we just sort of agree that that entire line of questioning was useless?
Not at all.
Okay. Well, let's put up PX 264. And this is a Bloomberg article from October of 2021 talking about the growth of West Texas WTL, West Texas Light. And the title is Light Texas Crude Oil is Attracting More Buyers Ahead of a Winter Fuel Pinch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the second bullet point that says Permian's WTL crude production reaching 600,000 barrels per day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then I want to go to the second paragraph that says West Texas Light, a relatively new grade in the Permian Basin, is seeing a demand surge in recent weeks as buyers snap it up, partly for its rich content of propane.
Yeah,
You feel that it shot up in value, right?
I see that.
Okay.
And I see the line below that talks about it being 10 cents a barrel discount to West Texas Intermediate.
Right. Were people exporting to these countries to lose money?
I don't think people intend to lose money. I think sometimes they do. They try it, and if they're in a loss situation, they try and lose less than they otherwise might.
Right, so the people exporting these 600,000 barrels per day were economically irrational. Is that the testimony?
Not at all. It's not that it is. I'm not at all saying that it's not economic or profitable to ship WTL. What I'm saying is the data shows it's not as profitable as it is to ship WTI.
So all these folks that are meeting, and I'm just looking at this article some more, it's for its rich content of propane, which is, a special market specific demand. And then I want to look, because this is pertinent to what's going on right now, sir. I want to look at the second to next paragraph down that starts with winter fuels.
Mm-hmm.
With winter fuels in great demand due to the natural gas shortage across Europe and Asia, propane-rich crudes like WTL are attracting more interest, right?
Yes.
Okay. So again, this is this is a robust market for WTL, right? This specific product, right?
It is talking about the attractiveness of WTL, which I do not disagree with.
Okay.
What it's not telling you in any way is that WTL is more attractive or more profitable to resell than WTI,
Well,
which is
certainly-
the proposition that the other experts have put forward. Not to take anything away from WTL. I mean, it's a new source of crude. It's a profitable source of crude. It's going to be with us, and we've digested it. But it is it is a stream just like WTI is. So it is going to have and would be expected to be profitable, and it's going to have attraction to customers.
Perfect. Now, you agreed in your deposition that you'd rather invest in a business that could sell in 2 locations as opposed to 1. Is that true? You recall that?
I agreed that if it was if the option was meaningful to me, and depending on how much the investment would change, but all things being equal, if I had an option that was meaningful, I'd like to take that.
Sure. All things being equal, 2 options is better than 1, right?
Well, rarely are things equal, and I would say in theory, you like to have choices, and I think we talked about this as well. You like to have some choices, like with my kids. 2 choices is good, 5 choices is a disaster. So your ability to manage and make decisions is easier with fewer options. But yeah, I in general, I would like to, all things being equal, like to have options if they're meaningful and have value.
Right. And you also agreed that to the extent that something unexpected may happen amongst the different options and I could take advantage of it, that's something I like. You said that, right?
I would agree with that.
Right. Something unexpected like natural gas shortage in Europe that makes the sale of WTL and its propane-rich content more valuable, right? You'd like that option.
I might like it depending on what the prices looked like, what I had to pay. I would expect in that case, as you saw in your article there, that's driving up the prices in the Permian Basin.
Right.
And that's
You'd be
exactly
pulling your
what
hair
that
out if you
article.
couldn't take advantage of it, right, sir? If you'd signed a contract that said, I can have this product and that market hits and you can't ship it because your counterparty is breaching, you'd be pulling your hair out. You'd be furious, right?
Well, my hair is out. So
Touche.
but no, I disagree because again, this is exactly what your article was showing. The WTL, reflecting that increased value for WTL, is an increased price in the Permian. So to get it, I've got to pay more in the Permian, and it's not giving me a more profitable opportunity than doing the same thing with WTI.
So your testimony is nobody in the world can exploit an economic market. Is that right?
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about Suez Max vessels real quick. Alan, can you put up PX 225? And this is actually, Alan, can you put up the Excel file? Sorry, I'm going to make you work for this one. Alan, could you go to origin point and sort, and sorry, let me lay some groundwork for this. Sir, this is a data set that you included with your report and sponsored, right?
This looks like the RBN data, and I did use RBN data in my work.
Right, so this is and if you could go to the RBN disclosure, Alan, I just want to show Mr. Pulliam. This is the data set that you produced, is that right? Or you got from RBN?
Yeah, I produced several polls from RBN.
I believe this is the most recent. And Alan, can you go back to that tab for tanker loads for export? And then if you could go to origin port, Alan, and sort by Corpus Christi, or just select Corpus Christi. Okay. And if you go to vessel type, Suez Max. Okay. And go to volume and sort by largest to smallest. And then scroll all the way up. Okay, so this is a data set that you presented, sir. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and it shows, at least on the page, it shows, you know, under column B, multiple million barrel loadings, right?
No, see how many issues. Yeah. I see those.
Okay. You've disregarded those for your analysis, is that right?
I have not disregarded them. I have investigated them. And as we've talked about before, those are not the actual load numbers for those loadings. Those are places where RBN was ultimately not able to obtain more detailed volume information.
Okay, and you didn't ask RBN which of those were actual loadings versus placeholders, right? That wasn't the question you posed to them.
I asked them a more general question, which was, when you have a 1 million barrel load in there, does that reflect the actual loading, or is that a placeholder? And the answer was, that's a placeholder. We don't believe that, certainly at least with the inner harbor stuff, that you can load 1 million barrels. That's a placeholder we use until we get more accurate information, which typically comes within the next few weeks after we publish this, and then we update.
Okay, you mentioned the inner harbor. Right now, we're looking at all 9 terminals. Alan, can you go to origin terminal, please? And then let's just select the inner harbor. Well, first of all, I just want to make sure I get in the record, you know, Ingleside is Moda, Flint Hills, and Buckeye. Does that sound correct?
Yeah, definitely want to get
Sorry,
rid of
not Buckeye, South Texas. I apologize.
Look at Pin Oak.
Let's look at the inner harbor, which is New Star,
Pin Oak.
Pin Oak, Eagleford,
Eagleford.
and Buckeye is actually inner harbor. I apologize. And Valero.
Don't forget Epic.
Don't forget Epic. All right. There we go. Okay, we're still seeing those million barrels, which I know you've disregarded as a placeholder. Let's scroll down a little bit. So even if you disregard the million barrels, your next one is the SKS SPE at New Star. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, you testified that the maximum loading in the inner harbor was 875. Why did you disregard your own data set for that?
I didn't. The 875 that I used was based on really Suez Max vessels that could load up to 1 million barrels. So it was the 145,000 deadweight ton and below. So this is going to be a situation where you've got a larger Suez Max vessel, something in the 160 or above range.
Now, you said in your report that the 145 was not a hard and fast rule. It was more of an estimate. Is that right?
I don't know that anybody publishes a number there, but it's a calculation I did based on the capacity of the barrels.
It was approximate, right? There's a little wiggle room there.
Well, it's approximate. I wouldn't throw out a 146, but you know, if you're up in the 160 range, those are going to be too big.
Okay, perfect. Let's talk about that 146 and the Ridgeberry Lindy B. Alan, if you could scroll down a little bit or just highlight there. You see her 884. Yeah, there you go. One more down. She's in row 2346. That one stuck out of my mind because I like the name, but that's a 146,000 dead. Yeah, 146,000 deadweight ton vessel, right, sir?
Mm-hmm.
And that loaded at Eagleford, right?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that is right next door to Epic, right?
It is right next door to Epic, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Can we
Thank you.
look over and see where it went?
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Went to the Netherlands. All right. All right, Alan, you can pull that down. Now, you testified that Mr. Gustafson's and Dr. Jacobs' work over it. I'm trying to make sure I characterize this right. You said that their work found a difference in the shipping prices between Suez and Afra, and you don't believe one exists, or it's just smaller. I'm just trying to understand your testimony.
Well, what I said was that the data that they presented, and particularly I talked about Dr. Jacobs' data, that it overstates the difference, greatly overstates the difference because of the way he does the calculation. He just takes the dollar per metric ton and then multiplies it by 7.73 without making any effort to size the vessel the right way. So he ends up with a much bigger spread than even what he has in his expert report, and certainly more than I would find as being.
Now, your own report did find that there were economies of scale in shipping on a Suez versus an Afra, right?
I found that using the volumes limitations, that if you were going to Europe, that there would be about a 15-cent per barrel difference between the two on average.
Right. It would be economically better to take a Suez versus an Afra, right?
Not necessarily, but it would be on a per barrel basis, it would be less. You're going to lose some flexibility on the Afra. And you might not take the Afra to Europe like we saw with Glencore. You might take it to Latin America instead. That could be the better opportunity than even taking the Suez to Europe. But if you're just comparing an Afra versus the Suez to Europe, and you're just looking at tanker rates and nothing else, then there's about a 15-cent. And if you can load them right and you don't have any additional demurrage with working with the bigger vessel, which you oftentimes do, then there'd be some savings to having the Suez, but nothing like what Dr. Jacobs was showing.
And you also highlighted a really interesting point, which is that, part of the virtue of being able to choose a Suez versus an Afra is sometimes you may want to take an Afra to Latin America, but sometimes you may want a Suez for a longer range voyage that wouldn't make economic sense without it, right? I mean, you just mentioned the flexibility between those two arrangements.
The Suez is more likely to go to Europe than Latin America. It could go to Canada. Suez is not likely to go to Asia. They do some, but that's not the typical pattern. Usually those are bigger vessels. And the Aframaxes and the Suez Maxes, they both do go to Europe. Neither really make the trip to Asia. Aframaxes specialize in more short hauls, like to Latin America.
Exactly. All right, let's turn to your counterclaim. I want to just make sure I understand some aspects of it. Can we, Mr. Patterson, can we put up Mr. Pullum's slide 3?
Which one is that, Ms. Shee?
It's slide number 3 from his presentation. It's the one with his damages.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was focusing on your claim for damages. There we go.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I understand the components of this. You have, you start with the amounts sort of outstanding or the amounts for the rest of the 5 years of the contract at termination, right?
I'm sorry, you start the first, are we talking about the first line?
The first and second lines.
First
I-
and,
which was, I apologize. Can you go a slide earlier? Might make life simpler. There we go. This is the cleaner way of, so you start with the value of post-termination fees, and then you subtract out ARM's prepayments and credit support, and then you subtract out any mitigation in like sales of pipeline space and dock space, right?
yes, unpaid, the pre-termination fees that are unpaid, value of the post-termination fees, less credit support, less mitigation.
Okay. I want to talk to you, and let's go to slide 3 now. I want to talk to you about how you got your mitigation amount. And I want to focus on, this is line 5, mitigation of fees.
Mhm.
Okay. So I noticed that for under the transportation services, you have 25.5 million sort of as mitigation, right?
Yes,
Okay. And under the terminal, you have negative mitigation, right? This is actually adding to Medallion's damages. Am I reading that right?
I don't, well, it could be the way I allocated the mitigation because
The
they got
numbers
paid.
work out. I mean, I think he just didn't put the little parentheses, but don't the numbers work out?
No, it actually is
Yeah, it's
negative.
an
and
offset. Yeah,
it's
it's an offset there. And I'd have to go back and look and see what that's for, but I think it's because they got the fees got all paid in under the transportation agreement, and there's then an offset for the terminal agreement.
And just so I can say this a little differently, this terminal is literally costing Medallion money. When it sets out to make a deal, parties want to use the pipeline, but because the terminal won't load that full shipment, they demand to be sent elsewhere, right?
They in some cases, as Mr. Witt testified, that the oil moves to other terminals. Yes.
Right. And when it does that, effectively Medallion is trying to charge ARM for those extra costs, right?
Well,
That's what this number is, right?
Medallion is passing on the cost that it is being charged from Epic, and there were some charges that were made, at least in the historical period. It looks like those have, for the most part, gone away, but in the historical period, the first few months, there were some charges.
Right. And I want to understand. So Medallion is charging ARM for, let me take a step even back. You're aware that one of ARM's complaints about this entire arrangement was that it could not load the full amount on a vessel and had to go elsewhere, right? You're aware that's part of the
I'm
allegations.
aware that that's been raised.
And you've heard Medallion witnesses downplay this, like it's not a big deal, like what, it's a pretext, right? You've heard that.
I don't know that I've heard.
Okay.
People
Well,
down.
now you see Medallion trying to charge ARM for exactly what ARM was complaining about, right?
What I see is that Medallion's trying to recoup the costs that would have been paid under the terminal services fee, under the terminal services agreement. So in order to mitigate its damages, Medallion is having to incur those costs. And that's what it's trying to recoup.
Right, because no sane shipper wants to ship more barrels than they can load on a vessel, right? That is why Medallion every month is taking a loss on this terminal.
I don't think I'd agree with that.
Okay. I also want to go to your first report. You've kind of evolved on the subject of what your counterclaim damages are. Alan, can you pull up number 1 in the file? And go to page 7 of the report. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. And I want to look at line 5, mitigation of fees again. This is just an earlier iteration of what you did.
Mhm.
Okay. And you see, you mentioned this, that historically your negative mitigation has been, your negative mitigation at the terminal has been higher.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Is it possible that Medallion is now structuring its deals such that the party pays just less money on the pipeline and assumes the pump over cost?
I do not think that I think the parties are generally, that Medallion is generally able to pass through any pump over costs.
In
At least that's
exchange
what I've
for
seen
less
recently.
money on the pipeline, right?
I don't know if it's in exchange for less money on the pipeline or not, but it's they are able to recoup the pump over fees if the barrels are going away from the Epic terminal. If
Did you ask anyone at Medallion before you calculated your mitigation damages? You know, how they were getting their per barrel fees? And
well,
whether-
I certainly looked at the all of the underlying documentation and reviewed
Right.
it.
But you didn't ask where they were accepting a lower fee for the pipeline piece in exchange for not having to pay the pump over fees. You didn't ask that, right?
I didn't ask that. I'm not aware that there are pump over fees.
What are you charging for here, sir?
Well, this is the historical piece that I was charging for, and then the future piece. So that the historical piece really hasn't changed. The historical piece was a projection based on what had happened historically. And you'll see that that historical piece or that future piece in the more updated work where we have more data now going through 2022 has essentially gone away.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about that data. Can we go back to slide 3 of your PowerPoint? I'm sorry. Okay. I want to look now at, again, at line 5, mitigation. And you were talking about discounting with Mr. Patterson. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall testifying that there was a risk involved in these mitigation payments such that you thought a 12% discount rate was appropriate, at least on the transportation piece, right?
On the mitigation piece.
Right. Now you have historical and future mitigation, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the historical is cash in hand, right?
It is at this point, but at the point where you are bringing these payments to, remember all this stuff is supposed to be brought to and invoiced at the time of termination.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time of termination, all of this was forward-looking, and these were uncertain amounts.
Right, but it's now money in hand that you're reducing it 12% because you say it's so risky, but it's money that Medallion literally already has, right?
They do have it now. Yes, they bore the risk, and they do have it now. But in order to calculate damages as of the date of termination, so what they would be if you're sending an invoice out, that's the way the agreement is structured. You're sending out an invoice for your damages. All of that as of that time is forward.
This is money they have in hand. So not only do they have it in hand, they can be making productive use of it, right? You talked about the time value of money. They can be investing it, right?
They can now after getting it, but up from the point that they received it from the date that the agreement was terminated until when they received it, they could not.
Right. And if you look up at the offset for credit support, line 3.
Yes.
So you have not, so some of these prepayments you're aware Medallion has had since 2019, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you have not you've not accorded any interest to that. You've assigned an NPV of 0% to those, right?
I don't see any provision in the agreement for doing anything other than just taking the value, the price of the offsets.
Okay, Medallion has had productive use of that money for 4 years now, right? Almost.
They have had, well, the prepayment deposit, they've had that, yes, the letters of credit since 21.
Mhm.
So I don't, that's not 4 years, but
Right.
it's some time.
And let's go up to the lines 1 and 2, which are the fees that you contend Medallion was owed under its contract with ARM, right?
Yes.
And you characterize those as basically so low risk, they were basically T-bills. Is that right?
No, I never said T-bills.
Okay. What was the debt instrument of choice?
I said a debt instrument, and I used Medallion's debt at the time as the basis. And I said that was consistent with what I see for bonds in the single A to double B to triple B rating.
Okay. And you said that was because you perceive that income stream to be so safe that a low discount rate was required, right? It was very low risk.
I see it to be debt-like. It's like a bond.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Lenz testifying this morning that they viewed ARM to be a significant risk, credit risk?
Bonds do have credit risk, yes. The rate that you see in that, it includes credit risk, sure. As does the rate that I've used. The rate I've used is not a risk-free rate. That would be a T-bill.
Okay. Alan, could you put up the chart of Mr. Pulliam's damages, please? The counterclaim damages. Okay, so I just want to look at the categories, and we've kind of done a little addition here. So you got the payments remaining under the agreements, and the payment and credit support, and the mitigation, right? Those are your 3 categories, essentially.
Remaining under the agreement. Okay, so we're putting the 2 payment subcategories of payments under there.
Okay.
So you've got.
Can we look under the first column, which is nominal? Okay, so this is before any discounting by you. This is just the straight up numbers. And can you kind of eye them up and see if they look about right to you?
If you could flip over to my other chart, the 32.7, I recognize. The 25.2, I recognize. The 68.7, I don't necessarily recognize. I have to check that against the other chart.
Okay, well, you can,
But I can.
your counsel can check the map on, I want to
Okay.
keep it moving. Okay, and then let's look at your adjustments, your percentage wise. You got 3.5, 0, and 10 to 12, right? I've assigned those correctly.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. It should be 3.125. It's even less than I have here, but we'll give you that one.
It's not even, that's not right. That you've got a 10% down below, and that should be, you should have the end of the remaining payments.
I thought you applied 10% to the terminal piece.
Yeah, but that goes up that's payments remaining under the agreement. It's not mitigation.
I apologize. Well, let's look, and I'm just these are your discounted figures right from your chart. Let's look at the next column, which is with your adjustments. So these are your post-discounting damages. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so your post-discounting damages are about 11.8 million. Is that right?
I think I get to 11.9, actually, 11.98, I think.
Compared to pre-discounted damages of 10.8?
Yes.
How does that happen, sir?
Well, it happens because you've got different kinds of cash flows involved here, and they get discounted at different rates. The mitigation gets discounted at a higher rate than the than the secure payments for the transportation fees.
And the total effect of that, so I just want to think conceptually. So with the payments remaining, 68.7 million, you've discounted to a relatively small amount, right?
At 3.5% and at 10%, depending on
Right.
whether the contract required it.
Right. And then, you offset that, but the prepayments and credit support, but you've not grown them at all with the time value of money, right?
I don't see that called for in the agreement.
Okay. And so basically you've reduced very slightly the total outstanding obligation, but then you've decreased even more the amount of mitigation by discounting at 12%, right?
Yeah, the mitigation is much more uncertain and should be.
Even for amounts that Medallion has already been paid, sir?
Well, if our perspective is most of that mitigation is still in the future, but even for the amounts that have been paid, it is uncertain as of the date of termination.
Right. Have you ever heard of the weighted average cost of capital?
Sure.
What is that?
It's a cost of capital that you calculate based on a debt rate and an equity rate, weighted by the percentage debt and equity that a firm or an industry might have. I mean, that's a general way of describing it.
Right. And one way, and can I call it WACC?
You can call it WACC, yes.
And you've used that as an economist, right?
Sure.
Okay. And one way WACC is used is that you use it to achieve a net present value of cash flows for a company, right?
You can for a project is really what it's intended for, but sometimes it's applied to companies. Yes.
You've used it in damages before, right?
I have used it in looking at particular projects that have a particular risk characteristic. So you try and line up the risk characteristic of the cash flows coming off of a particular project with the appropriate discount rate.
Okay. And when you're doing that sort of exercise, what you do is you look at cash in hand and you grow it, accounting for the time value of money, right?
To do what?
You if you have cash 5 years ago and you've held on to it, presumably you've made productive use of it, right?
Not following what you're.
All
If I
right.
wanted to grow it at some weighted average cost of capital,
Mhm.
I could do that exercise.
Okay. And then for future amounts, you discount them back to the present, right?
Future amounts, you are discounting back to the present.
Right.
Yes.
And the intent of that is to capture the value to the holder of that income stream, right?
The value to you're typically to calculate the present value of a certain set of cash flows.
Right. And you look at that from the perspective of the person that will be holding the cash flows, right?
You look at it you should be looking at it based on the cash flows themselves and not the person who is holding the cash flows. You should be looking at it based on the riskiness of the cash flows. That's why you look at, for instance, projects as opposed to companies when you develop a discount rate for a particular project. Now, you may use if a company is involved in, if that's their line of business, is developing certain types of projects, you might use the weighted average capital for that company. But you're really looking at is the cost of capital associated with the cash flow that you're trying to discount.
Right. Well, I think it would be helpful to look at what happens when you apply a uniform 10% discount rate, which I think you said approximates the WACC in this industry. And Alan, if you could go put up that last one. If you apply just a uniform 10% discount rate across the board, your damages come to 2.8 million. Is that right?
If you were to apply, I haven't done the calculation.
You haven't done the you're aware of Dr. Jacobs's testimony on that subject, right? Or his report?
I am aware. So what the 10% would do would be to reduce the prepayment support amount. It would give a bigger credit for the prepayment support, and it would reduce the present value of the remaining payments under the transportation agreement. Wouldn't do too much to the mitigation, but those are really the two places where it has an impact. You're inflating the prepayment amount by essentially 10% per annum to offer a bigger credit, and which again, I don't see that provision in the contract. And then you are discounting at a higher rate the fees under the transportation agreement at 10%. And that's the number you'd get. I don't agree that that's the appropriate way to do it, but that's the number you'd get without confirming the calculation.
Okay, I appreciate it, and pass the witness.
Wait, go over that last part one more time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you show that chart one last time? Explain this fourth row again.
Your Honor, this is if you apply a 10% discount rate to all of the categories in Mr. Pullum's counterclaim. You take the payments outstanding and then you discount them back 10%. You take the prepayments and credit support that Medallion's held and you credit them 10% forward. And then you apply that same 10% to the mitigation that they're receiving.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pulliam, do you think that's correct? Do you think it's the correct way to do this?
No, I do.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we have two depositions to review with you for objections. And I believe there's some objections as well. And once we have those in, we will, I think, be in a position to rest.
And then did you say, so I'm just trying to get the timeline here. So Ms. Shee, you said you had another two rebuttal witnesses. Is that the idea, or is there one? I was a little unclear what you were saying earlier.
Your Honor, if we could have a minute, we might be able to streamline and I can give you clarity on that point. I also had one housekeeping item. There were 3 exhibits I wanted to ask to admit that neglected to.
Okay. What are the exhibits?
PX 264.
PX 264. Okay. Any objection to PX 264?
Yes, sir. It's hearsay.
What is PX?
It's a news article.
Okay. Response.
Mr. Pullum acknowledged that the content was likely accurate.
I'm going to sustain the objection. What's the next one?
The next one is PX 340. It's this EIA data regarding the Port of Corpus Christi outbound shipments. These are government records.
Any objection?
Same objection, Your Honor. This is not a learned treatise or anything else.
This was the spreadsheet that you kind of manipulated during the testimony. Is that right?
No, that was an RBN data set, which is my next on the list.
So 340, is that out of a governmental document?
It is published by the Energy Information Agency, or EIA.
I'll admit 340. What was the last one?
Next one is PX 225, which is an RBN data set that Mr. Pullum sponsored in his report.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor. It's not a learned treatise. He can talk about it, but it doesn't come in. The exhibit doesn't come in.
Sustained. All right. So let's kind of talk. So what, I guess, Mashay, figure out what your rebuttal is, and then I want to talk to y'all about the scheduling at this point.
Of course, Your Honor. Would you like us to just caucus for 5 minutes or?
Yeah, why don't you guys caucus for 5 minutes? Hey, guys, what did you guys decide?
Your Honor, with your permission, we'd like to put on 2 rebuttal witnesses on Tuesday morning for no more than 20 minutes apiece.
Okay. Have you guys talked about, I mean, are these actual rebuttal witnesses or?
And just to give you an overview of content, and we've not yet conferred with Medallion, but we would be putting up Dr. Jacobs exclusively on the counterclaim. And we will be putting up Scott Wishoff exclusively on this narrative that Medallion has constructed that somehow ARM was responsible for Salt Creek and Salt Creek was the only interconnect. We think there's a lot of layers there that aren't part of our case in chief, but we do need a little time to respond to.
Mr. Carter?
I will just say on the Salt Creek being the interconnect into Epic, I mean, that was clearly covered in ARM's original case and has been the issue in this case from the outset is the even the ability to get WTL into the system. There's nothing that Ms. Shea has identified that is new in the defense case that wasn't part of ARM's case, that where they asked Mr. Wishoff and I cross-examined him about it in ARM's case.
Your Honor, if I may, there were issues or there was testimony from Mr. Lentz that went into some detail on these issues that we just want to briefly address. That was new.
So because your young lawyers haven't had enough to do, I'm going to give them a project this weekend and they can do a trial brief on, are you objecting to both of them as rebuttal witnesses or just one of them?
So I will if Mr. Patterson is available, I'd like for him to discuss the counterclaim damages issue since he's been working with that.
Okay.
You'll have to unmute Mr. Patterson. There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't know what they're going to do in rebuttal. The issues have been laid out. Ms. Shea did an extensive cross-examination of Mr. Pulliam on about our counterclaim. I don't know what there is that they haven't already covered. So yeah, I do object.
Well, Your Honor, we put on our case, they put on their defense, they put on our counterclaim, and we should have an opportunity to respond to their counterclaim.
And they had Dr. Jacobs here on Wednesday. They could have done it then.
Yeah,
they know what it is.
There's a standard for when you can call rebuttal witnesses. You'll need to each, so I'm going to partially ruin some of the young lawyers' weekends. You guys are going to need to do a trial brief for me on each of the rebuttal witnesses on both proposed rebuttal witnesses on whether or not they're going to be allowed to testify. Because I do think that it's not just automatic. I get to do a rebuttal witness. That's not how it works. And so they're going to have to show what their entitlement is to testify in the status of rebuttal witness. If it's that important. If it's not that important,
yeah, we're happy to do it. Thank you.
With our apologies to Mr. Downs.
Yeah. Okay, good. All right, so we have these depositions we need to work on. I'm not up for that today, so I'm going to further ruin who's going to be arguing the deposition stuff.
Your Honor, I will. What we've done is there's 2 left, right? And I have one, and Mr. Downs has another, and we have some. Just like last night, we have some things to delete in order to narrow it down, as you requested.
And then have you guys looked at the objections? So what we can do is we will, Tony, are you there? Or Brenda, I guess, are you there?
I'm here.
So what my thought is I'd like to just go ahead and meet with the attorneys and a court reporter, whether it's you or Tony, you guys figure it out, at tomorrow morning at 10, and I'll bring these home and just look at them and figure out what I want to So we're gonna meet at 10 o'clock on Zoom. I'll need a court reporter there, so just reach out to Tony, and one of y'all will need to be there at 10 in the morning. And then I want to have a quick meeting with